Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Grand River Raceway for this Wednesday evening, June the 30th. Welcome back, fans. 20 minutes to post time, approximately, to our first dash, and our first order of business is to take a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note in race number 1, number 6, Can't Muscle Me, is scratched. Race 1, scratch 6, Can't Muscle Me. In the second race, scratched is number 6, Madigal. Race 2, scratch 6, Madigal. In race number 3, number 8, Denise, Phil Houdon will drive. That is race 3, number 8, Denise. It will be Phil Houdon to drive. Race number 4, no changes. No changes. Race number 4. And the fifth race, number 2, Mr. Dress Up, is scratched. Race 5, scratch 2, Mr. Dress Up. Races 6 through 11 have no changes. No changes. Races 6 through 11. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, number 6, Can't Muscle Me, is scratched. And the second race, number 6, Madigal, is also scratched. It is currently 17 minutes to post time and time to welcome in our handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. Robert Reed Jr. is with us in the house. And Robert, did you notice we have something special on the tarmac this evening? How are you doing, by the way?
Yeah, doing fantastic, Gary. And you know what? It makes this wonderful Wednesday night of harness racing at Grand River Racing even more special that we have fans back on the tarmac. We've missed everyone. It's great to see people back, here at the river. And I promise I'll be at the river on for a card soon so that I can see everyone. It's certainly been too long. Welcome back, fans. Well, we've got a wonderful Wednesday night of harness racing action for you. We got 11 races on the card. Our feature race will be race number 6, Preferred Trotters 2 and 3. It's a handicap race, and will he or won't he dominated last time, but now he's been handed the 8-hole. We'll see what happens tonight. Can he go out there and have another dominant performance? Last time he sure was good. We're going to get started, though, in race number 1, and we're going to have our guaranteed pick 5 pool of $2,500. Last Monday, we mapped out some tickets. Gary was a winner. I was not. Hopefully, I turned the tables on Gary tonight, though. And we're going to have a closer look at that early pick 5 in just a few minutes when myself and Gary show you our tickets. All right, folks, we got about 10 minutes to the opener, which means 10 minutes to sharpen your pencils and map out a winning pick five ticket. The prize pool is guaranteed at $2,500, and we've seen some real nice payouts so far this meet on this wager. And we're going to map out some tickets for you right now. I'm going to go first. I was the loser last time, so I get to go first. Gary gets to be the anchor and go second today. But my ticket tonight is going to start off with two horses in the opening leg. And the theory behind that is Prestige Worldwide, the four horse, is likely the best in the race. Well, I would say he's definitely the best horse in the race, but he also has made multiple breaks in the past. So I'm going to have a backup horse in number 2, Dior Hall. He raced decent enough last time for me. I think he is going to be the second best horse in the race if Prestige Worldwide does mind his manners, but maybe he gets the upset if that one doesn't behave tonight. In the second leg, I'm going to go 3 deep. The 1, 2, and 5. That's Grin and Sin. And I like the name of this one. Diet Starts Tomorrow. That's something I'm frequently saying. And number 5, Love That Smile. These are 2-year-olds, 2-year-old fillies, all making their first start. So I want to go a little bit deeper here, using 3 of them because, those races can sometimes be unpredictable. In the third race, I'm going a little bit deeper. I'm going 1, 2, 3, and 5, Chamois Hull, Alakazam Angel, Darling Please, and Peter Crown. I think any one of those horses can win the race. I was really impressed, though, with my top selection, number 2, Alakazam Angel, last time. And in the fourth leg, I'm going to go 2 deep. Number 1, PL Oscar, getting some big-time post relief, and number 7, Tom D. Baker, who I thought raced well last time. 2 deep in the fourth. And then in the money leg, I'm going to go all in on a horse that I love the way this one qualified. A 2-year-old colt by the name of My Blueberry Buck. I thought this horse qualified really well. I'm going to go all in on that one. But now I have not seen Gary's ticket yet. Let's see what Gary has for us tonight.
Well, Robert, I have a very definite strategy, and I like your idea in the first race, but because of my strategy, I couldn't use multiple horses in the first race because my strategy is to go all in the second and fifth with the young pacing fillies and colts. In fact, there's only one horse in those 2 races that has a start. That's a single start by number 4, Horse, in the fifth. So I'm going to take a flyer with the young horse and see if I can get some value in there. But then I had to single up the rest of the way. So actually, my ticket now has gotten considerably cheaper. So I think now it's down to 5 horses in the second race, and in the six times five, $30. It's gotten a little cheaper with the scratches. But anyway, in the first race, I'm going to single on 4, Prestige Worldwide, 1 to 9 on the board, no backup plan. I need her to stay flat. All in on the second race. I just decided I'm not going to try to figure it out. I don't have your expertise of having watched the qualifiers. And also in the third race, we have a difference of opinion. I only took a single horse, but I took 5, Peter Crown, to win. Like that mile last time out from the trailer post, hoping for Peter Crown to get the job done. Qualified well here also. Single horse there. Fourth race, singled up, and one that, well, it is one of your 2, but I took number 7, Tom D. Baker, as my single horse. I liked 1 PL Oscar, but I had to get to single because I'm going all in on the 5th race, all horses, all 5 of them, and hope that it'll be a longer price there to give me a shot. But I got to single up on 3 races and go all on the other 2 for a $6 ticket. Rob got the pick 5 on Monday night, but I think tonight I might be pitching a no-hitter. I might be going 0 for 11. 11 innings and not a single hit. I don't know.
Oh,
Return
I
to
don't think
normal.
so, Gary. I think you're going to have another strong showing tonight. Hopefully, we both do. I don't mind your ticket, Gary. It's a good strategy. I mean, anything can happen to those 2-year-old races. And now your ticket for 20 cents goes down to just $6. So an economical ticket from Gary. My ticket was $9.60. Hopefully, we can both somehow score. We can certainly both get the job done. So it'd be nice if we both cash, but I think one of us will. Fingers crossed. All right, let's look at race number 1, guys. We go to race number 1. We got a big-time favorite on the board. This is for non-winners of 5,000 trotters, non-winners of 5,000 lifetime. And last time we saw Prestige Worldwide just dominate this class, stayed flat from an inside post, post 3, and had 11 lengths by the quarter pole. And we've always said all this horse needs to do is mind her manners, and she would be a winner, and she did exactly that. Tyler Borth let her trot, and trot she did. The easiest kind of winner, but the problem is that she has still made breaks in the past, and I don't believe she is the easiest filly to drive. So I know Tyler's going to have to probably work for this one again, and keeping this one flat. 1-5 is way too short. Obviously, a win price for me, or anyone for that matter. But definitely the best horse in the race, in my opinion. And for second, I like number 2, Dior Hall. It's the other horse I'm using in my pick 5. I thought that he raced well enough last time, ended up finishing fourth. Sat a 2-hole trip through most of it, all the way from the 8-hole, though. So that was probably pretty taxing in the early stages. And I didn't mind the way this one raced, and think that this one, might be able to stay flat and capitalize if Prestige Worldwide ends up beating herself. And then in for third, I'm looking at Black Hawk Down, number 8, 16-1 on the board right now. Not a bad price on this one. Not a bad price at all. Last time 10-1 in what was his lifetime debut. He was winding up, trying to make a move before he made a break in stride. So if he minds his manners tonight, I think he certainly has a chance to get a piece of it anyways. He's 16-1 right now on the board. That's a good number. And then in for fourth, number 1, Monsoon Hanover. Last time sat a good trip, faded throughout actually, but with the rail control today, and now third start of this one's career, I think she might be able to get a piece of it. Certainly, I don't think finishing third or fourth would be out of the question for her. So my selections are number 4, Prestige Worldwide, over number 2, Dior Hall, number 8, Black Hawk Down, and number 1, Monsoon Hanover. The horses are coming onto the track for the first time in front of the fans in a very long time. Enjoy the night, everyone, and I'll be back shortly after the post break to talk about more with Gary Guy.
Field 4, race 1 on parade. 1, Monsoon Hanover, Dag Henriksen for Daniel Serafian. Number 2 is Dior Hall, Anthony Hahn for Sylvain Fontaine. Number 3 is Upton Abbey Hanover. It is Mark Hetzel for Robert Newton and Chantan. Number 4 is Prestige Worldwide, Tyler Borth for Melissa Lamoureux and Jeffrey Boyd and Glenn Bechtel. Number 5 is Feelin' Some Magic, Colin Kelly for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. And number 7 is Sandoran Hall, George Ketros for Mary Ketros and Mario Hebert. Number 8 is Black Hawk Down, Phil Houdon for Jack Moiseyev and the Mo and Joe Stable and Banjo Farms and Mark Main Prize. It is a field of 7 for race number 1, first dash of 11 on this Wednesday evening. And Rob, number 4 Prestige Worldwide is on the track right there. Now, last week, not only did she not make a break, I thought she didn't even look close to making a break. I thought she looked really smooth. And if you're looking at that final quarter, 32-3, I don't think you should worry about it much because she was just kind of coasting the rest of the way. Didn't need to go anymore because Holman cooled out in front by 7 at 3/4, 10 at the half. Really was able to get out very well also. 1-5, that's probably about the price you might have expected.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you see that line, and she's going to take all kinds of money. I mean, I'd still, I'll use the words tread carefully because she does, still have multiple breaks on her card. I think that what benefited her last time was Tyler just let her trot and let her just go on, and she went to the half in a pretty big number, 57-4. I think that'll be the game plan again tonight, and if she behaves herself, no one's going to get near her.
Next, we'll take a look at number 2, Dior Hall. And Dior Hall. Dior Hall is one that's Anthony Hahn driving. Drove last time. Got out well from post 8 to be able to get the pocket position. And Dior Hall is one that did actually finish well too, 30-2, although dropped back to fourth. Is still overall. That was a pretty solid outing. I noticed this is your second one in your pick five, as you mentioned, and probably the most likely one. You see breaks on the dance card, though, and made a break here August the 7th. Now, that was last year, so has been smooth this year. Maybe that's a thing of the past. Dior Hall.
Yeah, certainly hoping so, Gary. And the thing with this one is that you hit the nail on the head for me. Left out really well from a difficult post, and now some serious post relief this evening. I didn't mind the way he raced last time, but I think he certainly has a license to improve tonight. And again, he'll be the one, I think, to capitalize if Prestige Worldwide makes a mistake.
Now, one you could have been very impressed with last time out was Black Hawk Down here because from that post position, tough post in his start 2 weeks ago, he was making a really good move and then made that break. But also, if you're faulting that 33-3 final quarter, well, he was off stride for a piece of that. So really, you should just look past that and just note how well he was racing, right?
Yeah, definitely. He was winding up making a big move before that miscue, and I certainly think that tonight the main objective is going to be to get a flat line, but I wouldn't think that he's an impossible result if something was to happen again to Prestige Worldwide.
There's number one, Monsoon Hanover, Dag Henriksen, a noted trot man, and this is one now that might be rounding into fitness, has an inside post, did tail off in the late going last race, but was good for a good piece of it.
Yeah, I didn't mind the last effort. Obviously faded throughout, but I think that was a pretty decent race. They went 29-3, not as fast obviously as Prestige Worldwide did last time, but I'm not going to fault this horse too much for her kind of fading throughout the mile. And now third start of her life, pole position, should get away with a favorable trip, I would think, and can certainly land underneath.
One that also actually at least finished the mile well last time on it. It was the second start and also had two qualifiers, but earlier. But Upton Abbey Hanover actually came home in 29-4, was trotting it nicely at the finish, and Upton Abbey Hanover is currently 8-1. Mark Etzel also is one that works with trotters fairly often.
Yeah, when he came off the cones in the stretch, definitely had some trot. Not sure how that effort matches up against other ones in here. I did look at that one. I was actually a coin toss for me for the fourth spot between the 1 and the 3. So I certainly think this one can land underneath.
We are just about at post time, so the question will be, does the favorite for Prestige Worldwide stay flat? And if she does, she's likely to live up to the 2-5 billing. On the board right now as a serious chalk play. On the inside, it'll be Monsoon Hanover with Dior Hall in the center, Upton Abbey Hanover and Prestige Worldwide, and Feelin' Some Magic. On the outside, Sandoran Hall and Black Hawk Down. It's a field of 7 for race number 1. Field for the first race is into the stretch drive in front of fans on the tarmac. They're at the start of their off, and Prestige Worldwide will leave out well. Monsoon Hanover down to the inside. Then it is Dior Hall, Sandoran Hall on the outside. And then it is Upton Abbey Hanover. Then it is back further. Racing position second from last is Feelin' Some Magic. And then Black Hawk Down is back trailing the field. But Prestige Worldwide is cruising. Already was able to come out to a nice lead and is in front by 3. Monsoon Hanover is second. Then Dior Hall is racing position third. Upton Abbey Hanover is fourth as they work their way on past that opening quarter. Then it is Sandoran Hall. And then further back, we've got Feelin' Some Magic and Black Hawk Down. They work their way past that opening quarter in 29-2. Prestige Worldwide has got the front for Tyler Borth and leads it by a couple. Monsoon Hanover is second. As they work off the turn and they come on towards us, Dior Hall is on the inside third. Now here comes a move from Black Hawk Down to the outside. Then Upton Abbey Hanover and Sandoran Hall. 1 minute and 3/5 was the halftime, and they work their way On into the backstretch, and it is Prestige Worldwide who stretches out the cushion now to about 3. Blackhawk Down is moved up to take over second. Monsoon Hanover is third, and Dior Hall is racing fourth. On down the backstretch they go. Prestige Worldwide, and now a break in stride from Blackhawk Down. So Monsoon Hanover takes back second. Dior Hall third. Upton Abbey Hanover is fourth, and off stride goes Dior Hall. They hustle by 3/4 in 1:30 and 2. And it is Prestige Worldwide still comfortably in command and moving well. In front by about 5 or 6. Monsoon Hanover, Upton Abbey Hanover, and then Feelin' Some Magic and Sandoran Hall. But it is Prestige Worldwide off 3/4, 1:30 and 2, and just coasting on to the finish and looking smooth doing it. Then finishing second, Monsoon Hanover, and then it was Upton Abbey Hanover and Sandoran Hall. 2 minutes and 4/5 for Prestige Worldwide. Pretty smooth effort, Rob, for Prestige Worldwide. Also, the fractions were a little more even.
Yeah, definitely more sensible fractions tonight. They've not only figured out how to get her to trot, but also now get her to relax. So she could be a force to be reckoned with. That was as easy as it gets, Gary. You know, four left turns and hit the finish line. Go get your picture taken.
It's also nice to get off the gate that easily because then you don't have to worry about any kind of road traffic. And I didn't see any indications at all of her not looking smooth throughout the mile. What about you?
No, not at all. Tonight she looked fantastic at every point. Tyler Borth, obviously figured this one out and how to handle her, but tonight he was just a passenger because that was an incredible effort. And like you said, a lot more relaxed and sensible splits throughout. I thought the Blackhawk Down was actually making a pretty decent move. So both the horses I use underneath, or two of them anyways, made breaks. Blackhawk Down, I thought, was making a decent first over attack. Probably maybe able to get second. Definitely not catching this one, but made a break in stride. So did Dior Hall. So both of my horses underneath blew up.
Well, some of the inside horses wind up on the ticket. Monsoon Hanover, inside post position, actually was able to race better, although still a few lengths back from the winner. But nonetheless, an improving effort for Monsoon Hanover. And Upton Abbey Hanover had some late trot and also benefited with a couple of breakers, so was able to hit the ticket. 4-1-3-7 is the top four, but Prestige Worldwide got all the love, and she did deserve the prestige of all of that 1-5 attention, and will be coming back in front of us. A 3-year-old Royalty for Life Bay filly, owned by Jeffrey Boyd and Glenn Bechtel. Melissa Lamoureux is the trainer. Tyler Borth with the winning drive, 2 in a row for Prestige Worldwide, and a new career best, 2 minutes and 4/5. The first race payouts for Prestige Worldwide: 240, 210, 220. 1 Monsoon Hanover 410, 363 Upton Abbey Hanover 380. $2 exactor 14.20, dollar try 20.35, dollar super 107.80. The first race, order of finish from the top, is a 26315 scratch 47. That's 26315 scratch 47.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at race number 2, and it's time to see some babies out there. 2-year-old filly pacers. And there's a lot of different things you can kind of take into account for these rookie races. Number one would be breeding, yearling prices, connections, how they qualified. It's like putting the pieces of a puzzle together. But for me, I am going to go with number 1. That's Grin and Sin. Sent out by the Blake McIntosh barn, a $52,000 yearling by Bettor's Delight. I like the way this horse qualified. And the one thing about this filly is she's got 3 qualifiers under her belt, and they were all at Mohawk Park. So she's gone a little bit faster than everyone else in the field. And she's also got that all-important pole position and Phil Houdon in the bike. I liked the fact that, she followed in behind some other nice ones over there on the bigger surface. And of course, the fact that, well, she is the most expensive one in the race at $52,000. So Grin and Sin is my top selection. In for second, I like number 2, Diet Starts Tomorrow. Love the name of this horse. I find myself saying that all the time. $10,000 yearling purchase. She is a betting line filly trained by Ron McDonald. And I do like the fact that this one finished second. It was right here at Grand River in a qualifier. Made up a lot of ground in that qualifier and finished second to one that I think is a nice rookie in Do It for Josie. She's won both of her qualifiers, and this one finished second to that one. So I certainly think Diet Starts Tomorrow merits respect in here, especially from post number 2. And then for third, number 5, Love That Smile, a sports writer filly trained by Rene Barassa. I like this one's qualifier here as well. Was only beaten a nose. Came home with 29.01. A little bit, slower though. These other horses that qualified here at Grand River have not been the speed that Grin and Sin has been, but they also have a little bit of an edge, I think, because they've started over a half-mile surface, whereas that one was over at the 7/8 oval at Mohawk Park. But Love That Smile, I think, is certainly capable of getting a piece in here, maybe even getting up for victory. Right now, 6-1 on the board. That's some good value on Love That Smile. And then in for fourth, I'm going with St. Lad's Bijou. Well, this one just followed around at Mohawk Park last time on June the 24th. She's a control of the moment. And she was just under 12,000 as a yearling. I think this one, might be able to sneak in for a smaller share underneath, but I do agree with the odds board right now on number 1, Grin and Sin at 6-5, but it's difficult to really take a stand with any of these horses in the first starts of their career. Every horse in this race is making the first start of their career. So we'll see what happens from here with all these rookies. But hopefully you guys can map out some winning wagers in what is putting together a puzzle with these youngsters. But we'll come back and take a look at these horses after the post parade with Gary Guy and maybe give you a little more insight on how they look on the track.
Field for the second on parade. One, Grin and Sin. Field who'd on for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing and John Dossie. Number 2 is Diet Star Tomorrow. Brett McDonald for Ron McDonald. 3 is Lola Sunshine. Travis Henry for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley McNiven and Donald Douglas. 4, St. Lad's Bijou. Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Basilone. 5 is Love That Smile. Colin Kelly for Rennie Barassa and M&S Racing and Mark Jelena. And number 7 is Winks, Mike Vanderkamp for Diana Secord. Field of 6, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, one thing I know for sure, I'm still going to be alive in the pick 5 after this race because I have them all. But you were able to narrow it down to 3 horses, and there's one of them on the inside, the favorite one, Grin and Sin. The biggest question I have when a horse comes from the bigger track, if you haven't seen them on the half, is do they fit on the half? Does she look like one that would get around the half-mile track?
Well, physically, she certainly looks like one that looks like she'll get around the half. It's just right now I can see Phil trying to feeling her out, going to score her down a little bit, see how she goes. So certainly I would keep an eye on that. Looks pretty good right now. Again, I like the way this horse qualified, but again, you're right. You're going from a 7/8 track down to the half mile and in race speed. So right now I think she looks pretty good out there.
Does it make a difference if you're not sure if you get around the half from the inside post position because you come into the turn at a slightly tighter angle than if you were a little farther out? Do you think that makes any difference?
Yeah, to be honest, I know we love the rail here, Gary, but with younger horses, you might actually want to be a little further out because it gets really crowded, right? In that first turn, you can see when horses are kind of coming down over top of them, and it gets pretty tight for that rail horse unless you've got enough speed to kind of clear them. So I think for younger horses, you might not want to be on the inside.
Number 2, Diet Starts Tomorrow, and yeah, you love that name. In fact, does that mean that it's French fries and chocolate cake tonight if Diet starts tomorrow? This filly is one that, look at the back half here at Grand River. Yes, the total mile isn't that much, but look at when you subtract 34-second opening quarter, so really started the race after the opening quarter. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, it was. I thought that line was really impressive, and that's why I think this horse has a chance in here. Certainly, right now, 2-1. A lot of people agree with us, Gary. This horse has taken a lot of support, and deservingly so, because maybe a bit of an edge to this one, having that start over this surface and a nice second place finish. And I didn't mind Do It for Josie, the horse that this one finished second to, won both of her qualifiers. So that's something to keep in mind too.
We'll take a look next at number 5, Love That Smile, and Colin Kelly, and is working through the backstretch for Rennie Barassa, who's had plenty of success over his career, and Colin Kelly's been certainly good here, having a good year overall. This one finished up the mile nicely here as well, and was in contention. Was a nice effort in terms of being right in the race all the way around, so that you get that feeling on the track. Love That Smile, and Colin Kelly.
Yeah, definitely. I thought this horse, the line looks pretty solid on it. And again, post 5 might actually be a good thing for this one because, she might not get, a little bit nervous as they hit the first turn. And again, the worst she's going to get away is 6 in a 6-horse field, right? But she'll likely get away 5th or better. So I think this one certainly merits respect, and the connections are strong as well. So 7-2. I thought earlier on at 6-1 was a value. Still might be the value at 7-2.
Number 4, St. Lad's Bijou on the track right now for trainer Dolores Basilone, Ryan DeRoche driving. Now, a nice back half at the big track at Woodbine, and this one now on the half. Gets to start out in the middle of the gate. And St. Lad's Bijou, that came home well.
Yeah, she wasn't really asked to do much more than that either, right? Post 8, got away 8th, followed them around. And she's been, granted over the bigger surface, but faster than a lot of the horses that she's facing in here. I'm a little bit shocked at the support she's taking, to be honest. I put her, underneath the 4th spot, thinking she'd be a pretty big price. And 10-1 morning lines, it was just 5-2, and now down to up to 3-1, but still a lot lower than I thought.
Now, of course, with me having the all in the pick 5, I'd love to see maybe the 3 or 7 come on to the ticket. Is there anything you can see in either of those that might make you think maybe we could get a little shocker here? Maybe the 3?
Well, I mean, good post, and I mean, I don't mind the qualifying lines, but I couldn't, pick them all. Listen, this is a tough race, Gary. They're all rookies. Anything can happen. You got to love the name on the 7 horse. I mean, she was a champion thoroughbred, one of my favorite horses of all time. So now we've got a standardbred named Winx to watch here in Ontario.
Well, the field is moving in behind the gate. It is a field of 2-year-old pacing fillies, a field of 6 with the 6 being out, and they are Grin and Sin. Diet starts tomorrow on the inside. In the center, Lola's Sunshine and St. Lad's Bijou. To the outside, Love That Smile and Winx. Field of 6. Race number 2. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the second race is at the start of the off, and Grin and Sin will leave out smoothly along to the inside. Love That Smile. Then it is Lola Sunshine, and Diet Starts Tomorrow. Now Diet Starts Tomorrow on the inside is right there in the back of Grin and Sin. And to the outside, Love That Smile has moved up to take over second. Now Diet Starts Tomorrow is right there on the inside third. Lola Sunshine is fourth, and then St. Lad's Bijou. Winx is trailing the field. Love That Smile is able to clear to the front. Grin and Sin, though, is going to reclaim the lead. Comes right back around. Grin and Sin, and Phil the Thrill is on top. And the opening quarter, 30-2, as they work on around the turn. Love That Smile is second. Diet Starts Tomorrow third. Lola Sunshine fourth, and then St. Lad's Bijou and Winx as they work their way on up towards the half. Off that 30-2 opening quarter, it's Grin and Sin and Phil Houdon leading it. Love That Smile and Colin Kelly is second. Diet Starts Tomorrow is still along to the inside third as they race off the turn and come on towards us, and then Lola's Sunshine, then Winx to the outside, and St. Lad's Bijou. Halftime was rolling. 103. Grin and Sin is getting it all her own way right now. Grin and Sin leads at a length and 3/4. Love That Smile is second. Winx to the outside advancing, has moved up to take over third. Diet Starts Tomorrow has yet to desert the pylons, and then it is back to Lola's Sunshine and St. Lad's Bijou. It is Grin and Sin. Winx to the outside is only about a neck from the front, and then on the inside third, Love That Smile. Then Diet Starts Tomorrow now vacates the pylons, and then it is back to St. Lad's Bijou and Lola's Sunshine. 3/4, 132-3. Winx on the outside. Grin and Sin on the inside, and then it is back to Love That Smile. They turn for home. It is Winx, who's now got a slim lead as they come on down the stretch drive. Grin and Sin on the inside is trying to fight back, and down the center of the track it is Winx, and on the outside, Love That Smile. Love That Smile came flying late to get the job done over Winx, and then it was a Grin and Sin and St. Lad's Bijou. 2 minutes and 4/5. Rob, Love That Smile was flying at the finish.
Yeah, huge finish from this filly, and Colin Kelly made the wise move there to not wait for the passing lane because he could see the horse in front of him was tiring, so he went to the outside and gets up just in time. Solid effort though by Winx. We were just talking about that one, and that would have been good for your pick 5, Gary. Nice solid first over bid from a long way back too, or at least came from last first over, and drew to the lead in the stretch, but could not hold off. Love That Smile.
Just right there, too, in the final few feet, getting up for Love That Smile. Love That Smile is on the board at 7-2, so that's a decent price. And Grin and Sin got the half that she wanted in 103. I thought it was maybe over at the half, but it didn't turn out that way.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I mean, that's a huge second quarter breather. The ball was certainly in her court, but she just wasn't able to go with these ones in the stretch. Stuck around for third, but yeah, I Love That Smile. That was a nice effort to come around them there for the victory. And wow, you almost got a 35-1 shot down, Gary, for your pick 5. That would have certainly sent many tickets to the floor.
Well, the strategy might have been at least right, trying to take a flyer on young ones. We'll see if that also turns out in the 5th race, because I've got the all in the 5th for the final leg, if I'm still alive, which is, well, that's an iffy proposition. But nonetheless, at least something to look for. But coming back in front of us, look at it. It's going to be number 5, Love That Smile. It was very impressive here in the second race. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 2. It's number 5, Love That Smile. 2-year-old sports rider brown filly. Owned by M&S Racing and Gilles Cowet, Mark Gelina, and Rennie Barassa. Rennie's also the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. Love That Smile takes her career debut. 2 minutes and 4/5. The second race payouts, number 5, Love That Smile, $9.30, $3 and $2.90. 7 Wink, 16.10 and 6.10. 1 Grin and Sin, 2.40. The $2 double of 4 and 5, 16.30. The exactor numbers 5 and 7 on a $2 ticket, $135.40. Dollar try, $197.25. The dollar superfecta, $920.95.
All right, well, congratulations to the connections. I've loved that smile. Very impressive performance in her lifetime debut. We'll move on to race number 3 now, and we've got non-winners of 5,000 lifetime for trotters. And in this one here, I'm going to go with number 2, Alakazam Angel. I thought this one raced really well last time to be second to Muscles de Oro. Made a nice move on the final turn to get up for that place spot, and that was her first start back in a very long time. I think she'll get a lot out of that effort, and now might even come back with a better performance tonight from post number 2. 5-1 on the board. I think it's about the right price. I was thinking between 3 to 5-1 would be the right number on this one. She is my top selection. I think she moves forward off that effort and might be able to get her into the winner's circle tonight. In for second, I'm going with number 1, Chamois Hall. Nice winning effort last time at Hanover in a class that's actually written a little more difficult than this one. The one thing I will say, though, about that effort, she was the winner, but she may have been aided a little bit by a few breakers in the race. But has since changed hands. Mitch Tierney now will train this one. Austin Story with the drive. From the pole position, I think this one certainly merits respect. A lot more respect than the 10-1 on the board right now. Anyways, that's a giant size price. Number 1, Chamois Hall. I've got number 5, Peter Crown in the third spot. 6-5 on the board right now. I love the way this horse finished his mile last time. I do think he's one you have to take a long look at. Post 9 last time, the trailing post went overland for part of the trip, and now post 5 starting on the gate. Second start back. A lot of box ticking with Peter Crown. 8-5 on the board. I figured he'd be short. That's why I kind of went in a different direction, but he can certainly win the race. Number 3, Darling Please. I made a break last time from the trailing post, but this time gets her nose on the gate, which might be the all-important factor for this one. 7-1 on the board might be worth a flyer because I think if she stays flat, she has a pretty good chance in against these. And the one that I did not put in my top number, Resolute Bay. Not sure what to make of this one. Nice qualifier, but this is just a 2-year-old competing against older horses, which is something I generally will steer clear from, but certainly, has a right to be competitive with these off that qualifier and from the connections. So I'm going to go with number 2, Alakazam Angel over number 1, Chamois Hall, number 5, Peter Crown, and number 3, Darling Please. But I'll keep tabbing the odds board on Resolute Bay right now, 5-2. So certainly taking some live support. Horse will be on the track shortly. This is the start of your early pick 4. We'll talk about more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field 4, race number 3 on parade 1, Chamois Hall, Austin Story for Mitchell Tierney and Robert Pooley. 2 is Alakazam Angel, Brett McDonough for Jennifer Pinkerton and Patricia Bailey. 3 is Darling Please, Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Number 4 is Blue County, Mark Etzel for Terry DeVos and Clarence DeVos and Peter Porter. 5 is Peter Crown, Scott Calder for Steve Watson. And the 6 is Resolute Bay, James McDonough for Jonathan McKinnon and the stable. Number 7 is Spicy Trickster, Scott Young for Ben Hollingsworth and Dreamville stable. Number 8 is Denise Phil Houdon for Bill Meegans. And there is 1 Chamois Hall, Austin Story driving for Mitchell Tierney and Robert Pooley. Field of 8 trotters for race number 3, maiden trotters, and Rob, sometimes Maiden Trotters is not the race that you might want to have the favorite, but the favorite has come up a bit now, 5-2. Seems like a little bit better price, but well, there is a look at number 5, Peter Crown, first up on the track, and he's getting a serious little bit of score down.
Yeah, it looks fantastic on the track, Gary. Last time kind of sat off them and moved late, was moving really well under the wire, I thought. I was just kind of trying to map out what the trip looks like tonight, but he looks pretty fired up on the track, so we might see him use some different tactics.
I notice going a little bit further back, you see a sub 2 minute mile at Mohawk. And actually, it wasn't a suck along mile. I actually raced really hard throughout and just tailed off a little bit at the late going. I often like to see that, just how they did put together the mile. But Peter Crown certainly looks like one that might live up to the billing 2-1. But your top pick is number 2, Alakazam Angel. And there is to Alakazam Angel. One thing I noted, you go back to July 11th, 2019, back when this one was a 2-year-old, Jennifer Pinkerton, who's had this horse, put this one in a gold. That's a good indication. And came first up and still got a piece. Alakazam Angel.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, Gary, but you know what? This horse obviously was meant for much better things, and now finds herself in the non-winners of $5,000 race here. And her last effort, I thought, was really good. I was impressed by it. She sat a favorable trip, but then came out and did what she was supposed to do. She moved forward, and she ended up claiming the runner-up spot from a dominant winner. And now this starts her second start back after a very long time. So I think she's going to get a lot out of that effort, and she might take a big step forward today.
And that was the first start off the qualifier. And again, gets a good post position and can leave. So lots of positives, 3-1 compared to the 8-5 and 5 Peter Crown. One Chamois Hall has that inside advantage and was a winner at Hanover in 2:02 and 4. How do you think you compare that winning time to some of the others that you see in here?
I think it stacks up well enough, but I also like to look at the makeup of the race, and I did see that race. I watched that race live, and there was a couple of breakers in that race that actually this one, may have got a bit of a benefit from. I'm not saying wouldn't have won, but I think it certainly helped her chances. But the couple of horses that made miscues in the race has since changed hands. I think this one certainly has a shot. 7-2 is probably a good price, to be honest.
Number 3, Darling Please, right now is on the board at 8-1. The thing that scared me was a break last time out, and also a couple of breaks in the 2 previous starts. Now, that was last year, or correction, that was June 12th, Hanover, and then the April 2nd line a little further back. But 2 breaks in the past 3 off of the layoff, and now the qualifier looks smooth, but it's a little iffy. Better post, though.
Yeah, it might be worth a flyer at 8-1, but you have to know what you're getting yourself involved in. Like you mentioned, she's made quite a few breaks in her last 3 pari-mutuel efforts. So it's obviously a risky proposition, but nose on the gate's obviously a key. And it should be noted that the last 2 breaks that you see before the last one were from post 7, and last time from the trailing post. First time she's really had a decent post to show her stuff in a long time.
9-1 is the price there on Darling Please. We'll see if she can stay flat. We're going to find out if that's the case, because the field is moving in behind the gate right now, taking up their positions. Chamois Hall, Alakazam Angel, and on the inside, Darling Please. In the center, Blue County and Peter Crown. To the outside, Resolute Bay, Spicy Trickster, and Denise. It is a field of 8 for the 3rd dash on a Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway in front of fans on the tarmac. Giddy up. Field for the 3rd. Gathering speed approaching the start. There at the start of the round, and Peter Crown will come out very strongly. Alakazam Angel. Resolute Bay is right there, tight on the back of Peter Crown. And then it is Alakazam Angel and Chamois Hall as the field works their way on into the backstretch. And now Alakazam Angel goes off stride and is taken to the outside. Chamois Hall is 3rd. Darling Please is racing 4th. And then it is Blue County. Then it is back to Spicy Trickster and Denise as they race on to the opening quarter. But Peter Crown established the early lead and is in front a length and a half. And Blue County with a break took into the outside. Then it is Resolute Bay who's racing second. 30-2 is the opening quarter. Chamois Hall is third. Darling Please is racing fourth and now is moving on the back of Chamois Hall, who is popped out from third. Darling Please racing fourth. Up that 30-2 opening quarter, they come up towards the half, and fifth on the inside is Spicy Trickster. Denise has moved to the outside. Then it is back to Blue County and Alakazam Angel. Peter Crown as they come up to the half. Peter Crown rolls past the halftime, and it was reached in 102-2. A good 32-second second panel breather. They work their way on into the backstretch. Peter Crown, Chamois Hall on the outside. Resolute Bay is on the inside racing third. Darling Please is well spotted second over. Then it is Spicy Trickster and Denise, and then Alakazam Angel. Peter Crown, Chamois Hall's gotten closer, but still Peter Crown looks sharp on the inside and leads it ahead. Chamois Hall and Resolute Bay is right there on the inside third. Then racing for his Darling Please, 3/4, 1:32-1. And Peter Crown now starts to stride away from Chamois Hall. Resolute Bay is getting the shortcut around the turn and is on the inside right there in the pocket. Darling Please is racing fourth. It is Peter Crown, Resolute Bay. They come on down the stretch. Peter Crown and Resolute Bay in pursuit, but Peter Crown is going to go coast to coast like butter on toast. Resolute Bay was second, Chamois Hall third, and Darling Please finished fourth. Mile of a 2:01-4. Rob, Peter Crown took a fair amount of money, 8-5 on the board, and absolutely lived up to it.
Yeah, and I think they tipped their hand with the intentions, with the way he was all fired up just prior to the race, scoring down. Wow, he looked fantastic on the track, and you know what? That's one of the things there where, we're locked into our selections, but we can at least talk about the races and cap them live. I really think that if I knew he'd look that fired up, and we kind of figured he'd be going to the front tonight, this horse was an easy one to put on top.
He also looked well within himself, because you could see Scotty Coulter didn't seem to be the least bit concerned with the one to his outside.
No, he was an easy winner, and I don't think it was ever in doubt. Even when Chamois Hall came up alongside, I don't think Scotty was ever worried.
You know, one that I thought raced pretty well, especially got off the gate well, was 6 Resolute Bay, and really put in a pretty solid performance there for a first-time start.
Yeah, for sure. We didn't really talk about this one, and a 2-year-old and against older horses, that's usually a direction I don't go in, but this horse turned in a really nice effort, especially to get off the gate, landed the 2-hole, sit a trip for James McDonald, and and wasn't ever in doubt of getting to Peter Crown, but still turned in a nice effort. He's a $25,000 yearling that might be on to some decent things against his own kind going forward.
And actually, the one Chamois Hall was able to stick for third after doing all that work, so that was actually pretty impressive. And Darling Please put in a flat line, so that was a smooth for Darling Please. 5-6-1-3 is the top four. Coming back in front of us, number 5, Peter Crown, a 4-year-old Chip Hooray, Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Steve Watson. It is the first lifetime win. Peter Crown, the victorious drive by the Tan Tornado, Scotty Coulter. 2:01-4. The third race of payouts: 5 Peter Crown, $5.30, $3.02. 6 Resolute Bay, $4.80, $3.61. Chamois Hall, $3.30, $2 exactor, $18.60. Dollar Try, $36.80. Dollar Super, $107.50.
All right, it's time to take a look at race number 4. We are on the trot, and this is for non-winners of 12,500 life. And I'm going to do something I don't usually do, and that's going to go towards the outside of the gate with number 7, Tom D. Baker. I thought this horse's last effort here was a solid one. Got away in the 3 hole and then, finished in that position, but did so against a horse that I am a big fan of in Zoe's Choice. I thought that this gelding made a good account of himself. Now he does have to deal with a much more difficult post tonight from the outside in post 7, but last time from post 5 got away third, produced a decent effort, and I think that this group might be a little bit softer than the one he faced on that occasion. So Tom D. Baker is my top choice, but in for second is one that we've been talking about week over week. That's PL Oscar. We keep saying that this one needs to draw a better post. Well, Oscar, you're not going to get a better post than this one. He's got rail control tonight with the pole position. He had post 6 last time, closed to be 4th. Post 7 the time before that, had no chance. This is his opportunity, and I don't think Colin Kelly's going to waste it. I think they're going to be pushing out early on for position from that inside post. PL Oscar 5-2. I figured he'd take support. He is the other one that I used in my pick 5 ticket along with Tom D. Baker. And for third, number 6, Ann Jackson. 60-1 seems a little bit crazy to me on that horse. Dropping down in class, has faced anometers of 25,000 life in her last 2. Some class relief, has had outside posts, granted post 6 again today, but post 7, a winner back in March in a class that would stack up okay against this one. I don't know, 6 now 17-1. Odds are evening out now. Ann Jackson should not be more than around 8 or 9-1. So anything above that would be an overlay. I like her to land somewhere underneath. And then number 5, Got the Touch, who on paper, when I looked at the line, I thought it was a really good one last time at Sarnia. But I watched the replay, and this one actually followed the winner. No Angel Here, and was unable to stick with that one. Still not the worst effort first start off the bench. This horse has hit the board in 5 of 9 lifetime and a winner in 2 of 3 this season, but Got the Touch I think is just an underneath play for me in the bottom end of the trifecta or superfecta, because that last effort I thought could have been better at Sarnia. So for me, it's number 7, Tom D. Baker on top of number 1, PL Oscar, who's starting to get more support now. Oscar down to 2-1. I think it is going to be his night to produce his best effort. But I do like him in the second spot. And then number 6, Ann Jackson, and number 5, Got the Touch. But as always, we'll come back right after the post parade to talk about it more with Gary Guy.
Field for the 4th on parade. 1, PL Oscar, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuis. Number 2 is Ray Frankie, Scott Culver, Gaetan Baron, Luke Albrecht. Number 3, Italian Grit, Travis Henry for Madeline Henry in the stable. Number 4 is Petro Dealan, Brent McDonald for Daryl Laver. Number 5, Got the Touch, Austin Surrey for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Dave Boyle. There is number 7, Tom DeBaker, Dag Henderson for Harbor Racing. Number 8, Off-Road, Hanover Paul McKenzie for Dr. John Chandler. And 6 is Ann Jackson, Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday, and Listwell Livestock Limited. Field of 8, race number 4. And, well, Rob, you have the 7 and the 1. I am singled up with the 7 here in the pick 5. The top choice right now on the board actually is the 1 PL Oscar. And this is actually the final leg of the pick 5 for me because I have the field in the final dash. But number 7, Tom D. Baker, the question will be what kind of trip he can get from that outside post position. And also one thing to be maybe a little concerned, 19 starts and only 3 top 3s, but you also see this one facing tougher often, right?
Yeah, definitely. He's been facing a lot tougher before making the trip over here to Grand River. I've always thought this horse had ability, and I think last time it was a decent effort. Like you said, the big question is post 7, right? What kind of trip is he going to get? If he can get forwardly placed somehow off the gate, I think his stock rises dramatically. But again, we know it's a big if here at Grand River.
I expect the 4 Petro Dealan to be leaving a fair bunch by what you see on the board, but also the question will be 1 PL Oscar even had an inside post at Flamborough and didn't get away with the lead, although at least it got a pocket trip. And also the inside speed in terms of 2 Hooray Frankie had a post 1 and got away 4th. So maybe 7 Tom D. Baker can get out well enough. There is 1 PL Oscar, a horse we've liked, but we wanted the post. We've got it. And if you look back in March, had a bunch of starts in March at Flamborough and 2 wins, a second and a third. So we know that he's very capable on the half. He looks sharp on the track too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He looks like he's feeling good. And, it's interesting, Gary. We've both been post-race the last 2 times we had mentioned that this horse needs a better post. He gets one tonight. We both don't pick him on top, but he is my second selection. I don't think Colin Kelly's going to want to give up too many positions off the gate, and I think Oscar's got a big chance tonight.
There's number 6, Ann Jackson. This is a horse that I've liked in the past, but both races so far off the layoff weren't all that spectacular at all from post 7. Drops in class. I will tell you one thing. Dave Holiday had a really sharp year last year, a 400-plus training average, and Ann Jackson was one of the ones that put up some nice numbers for him. This mare certainly can be better, but she hasn't shown much.
No, but we get third start back, a slightly better post, and a softer group, right? Might just be everything might click together for a better effort. I think 8-1 is the right price on this one. I was thinking, between around 7 to 10-1 in that range. We're there right now. Could be worth a flyer, but definitely one I'd be using on the bottom end of my exotics.
There's 5 Got the Touch sent up by Bob McIntosh. 3 wins is 3 starts this year, 2 wins. Raced here last summer in the Prospect Series, third beaten half a length. Only 205 and 2 though as a 2-year-old. Got the Touch, just relaxed on the track right now.
Yeah, he looks pretty good. Ears are up. But the thing for me was I got really excited when I saw this horse in the program. I saw her in the program, got really excited. Then I watched that replay, and it kind of took the wind out of my sails because she followed the winner. And when a horse follows the winner and can't stick with them to get a bigger prize than what she did, which was 5th, it kind of deters me from picking them. But that was first start back off the bench. So definitely could be some room for improvement today for Got the Touch.
Number 3, Italian Grit, is interesting because was off about 4 weeks before that last start and tailed off after being at least up in the action for a good early part of it. Italian Grit maybe has an excuse to be better, and you do see a couple of wins on the year. Italian Grit winning at Northfield in 58.
Yeah, definitely. Post 3 for this one should certainly help this one's chances. Last time had the rail, but that was, like you said, off nearly a month. So definitely probably needed that start. But for me, Italian Grit, it would be one I could definitely use underneath, maybe in the bottom end of the trifecta of the Super. But I think there's a couple others in here that we'd want to side with ahead of that one.
The horse that we shied away from was 4 Petro Dealing, and yet won by 10 1/4 last time out. But 2:04 mile. Track was off a couple of seconds.
Yeah, the mile wasn't bad at all. Just this is a much, I think, tougher spot, but he certainly doesn't know that. So I guess he might be able to just go to the front and keep on trucking if he can, improve off that effort. Definitely one I would, give a look to, but I can't get behind it in the win position.
Field for race number 4, taking up positions. PL Oscar, Hooray Frankie on the inside with Italian Grit. In the center, Petro Dillon got the touch to the outside, and Jackson, Tom D. Baker, off-road handover. Field of 8. It is race number 4. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The fourth race trotters are at the start of the rough. PL Oscar from the inside. Tom D. Baker rushes out from the outside and going with Ann Jackson as they work around the turn. Then it is Hooray Frankie. It's PL Oscar with the lead, but Ann Jackson is charging on the outside, and Tom D. Baker is trying to fight and find his seat and squeeze over to the inside. It now gets to the pylons, racing third in front of Got the Touch. Ann Jackson took the lead, but it's going to be a temporary lead. PL Oscar wants the front. Tom D. Baker moves up now and is right there on the inside, only about a length and 3/4 off the lead, and it is PL Oscar who is going to come on now and take the lead, and Tom D. Baker has moved out right now, and Ann Jackson's on the inside. Racing fourth is Got the Touch. The opening quarter was a solid 28-4. Hooray Frankie is back in fifth, and sixth is Italian Grit. It is PL Oscar with that inside advantage, and Tom D. Baker is working to the outside, and Jackson's racing third, and Got the Touch is positioned fourth of a 28-4 opening quarter. Half was 58-3. PL Oscar, Tom D. Baker, and Jackson's in a good spot on the inside, and Got the Touches in the front grouping fourth. And then it's a gap of 2 or 3, and on the outside, Italian Credit. On the inside, Hooray Frankie, and then it is back to Petro Dillon and off-road Hanover. 58-3 was the half, and PL Oscar continues on. PL Oscar, Tom D. Baker hasn't gone away, and Jackson backs away, and Got the Touches racing third. Then Italian Grit is racing fourth and scoots through to the inside to save some ground. It is PL Oscar, Tom D. Baker up the inside. Italian Grit, 3/4 in 129. It is PL Oscar. Italian Grit has scooted up the inside to take second. Tom D. Baker may have flattened out third now. Then Petro Dillon's on the inside. PL Oscar and Italian Grit. PL Oscar, Italian Grit is closing. PL Oscar trying to find the finish. PL Oscar was able to hold on. Italian Grit was second. Tom D. Baker third. Petro Dillon fourth. 2 minutes and 2/5. PL Oscar, Rob, needed the post position and then knew what to do with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice steer by Colin Kelly there. And you know what, Gary? I said it before the race. We keep on saying that this horse needs a better post. He gets it tonight, and we both don't put him on top. Thankfully, I used him in my pick 5 as my second selection. But interesting race. A lot of racing early on. I was not expecting that, but there was a lot of, lead changes and horses looking for position. And Italian Grit, nice steer by Travis Henry there. I thought he was going to steal it. I really did. I thought that with that trip there, that horse was going to steal that win away from PL Oscar.
Yeah, he only missed by a head. There is the frozen slow-mo at the finish. And actually 7, Tom D. Baker. Went a big mile to finish third because he did a lot of work.
Yeah, it looked like he might clear off the gate, but that turn comes so quick. Ended up a little bit wide and had to get put into a hole and then try to come back around them again. He really didn't get any breaks in that race and still ended up finishing third. But I think it was a solid effort from PL Oscar. Finally got that better post, and like you said, he knew what to do with it. He found the wire, get back in the win column.
And if we were wondering if Petro Dillon belonged with this group, actually it was right there in the hunt to the finish. Just got nosed out for third, finishing fourth right there with Tom D. Baker at the finish. So a 1-3-7-4. Petro Dillon was okay.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly one to keep an eye for next time. It just takes a little time for a horse to get acclimated to a certain class, and this was a big step up for that one. So now that he's got this start under his feet, maybe next time he's worth a look. Fourth place this time, but might be able to improve off that in his next start.
Coming back in front of us is 1PL Oscar, a 3-year-old Archangel Brown Colts. Owned and trained by Matt Dupuis. Colin Kelly with the driving double PL Oscars. Third win this year, third lifetime. 2 minutes, 2/5. The mutual payouts for the fourth race, 1PL Oscar, is $6, 342.60. 3 Italian Great, $5, 310. 7 Tom D. Baker, $2.90. $2 exactor, $26.30 try, $45 super, $197.50.
All right, and we're back to take a look at race number 5, the last leg of the pick 5. And my ticket's still alive, although the payout, I think, will just get us a small profit if we do get it home. But this is rookie pacers again, this time of the horses and gelding variety. And my top selection is number 3, my Blueberry Buck. 1 to 9 on the board right now. Not really a surprise for me. This is a homebred for Millar Farm, sent out by Nick Galucci. And I thought this horse qualified really well at Mohawk Park on June the 19th. Finished on a helmet. James McDonald kept this one in behind one. Looked like he was educating this gelding to the wire. And he had a bow in his neck, and I thought he looked fantastic as they came under the wire. And that's why this horse is my single in the pick 5 and my top selection. In for second, I like number 6, Team Mac. This horse is well-bred gelding by Bettor's Delight, sent out by Blake McIntosh, who's certainly no stranger to the 2-year-old scene. $72,000 yearling. I thought the qualifiers were moderate, but I think this one certainly merits respect off the connections and that yearling tag of $72,000. And for third, another Blake McIntosh pupil, number 1, 6 and 6. Must be a Toronto Raptors reference. And I thought this one here was one with rail control. Can certainly get off the gates and maybe get a piece for underneath. Right now, 7-1. About the right price on this one, a $30,000 yearling by American Ideal. Number 4, Horsch, is the only one in the race that actually has a start under his belt. He's watching colt for Isaac Waxman. $21,000 yearling, and that start actually at Kawartha Downs was against older horses. It did close up nicely to be second, albeit did come home in 31-1. This is one, though, that might have an experience edge in already being in a parimutuel race, and that's number 4, Horsch. And number 5, Master Fencer. Well, we saw it with Winks earlier on. We saw one that was had the same name of a top-notch thoroughbred. Well, Master Fencer was a pretty good thoroughbred as well. So here's another one that has a thoroughbred namesake on the other side of the sport, making his debut for Vic Putty, a $28,000 yearling by Better Than Cheddar. 18-1 on the board. But again, folks, with these rookie races, as we saw last time, they don't always go the way you think. So certainly, if there's something you like in here that is not my top choice, my Blueberry Buck, you'll likely get a pretty good price, because that one is 1-5 right now and selected by all of our cappers here at Grand River Raceway. So again, Blueberry Buck on top for me over Team Mac, number 6, Team Mac, number 1, 6 and 6, and number 4, Horsch. We'll talk about it more with Gary Guy and take a look at these rookies on the track after the post parade.
Field for the fifth on parade. One is 6 and 6. Paul McKenzie for Blake McIntosh and Mortgage Boy Stable and Gary Volpe and Peter Barbato. 2 is Scratch. 3 is My Blueberry Buck. James McDonough for Nicolucci and Miller Farms. Number 4 is Horse. Isaac Waxman drives and trains for Brenda Selwyn Waxman and Tess Waxman. Sorry, Tess. Number 5, Master Fencer. Brent McDonough for Big Putty and Unnumbered Company and Mike Horwood. And number 6, Team Mac. Phil Houdon for Blake McIntosh and Hut Racing Stable and Steve Heimbecker. Field of 5, race number 5 with the 2 scratched. And look at that, Rob. There is a lovely look on the track before we get to the horses in this 5th race.
Yeah, scene that is a sight for sore eyes, isn't it, Gary? We haven't seen that in so long, and it's just great. You know, it warms my heart to see people on the tarmac, and I can't wait to get there. I know I'll be there for sure on Industry Day and hopefully some other dates as well.
Well, one place you'd also like to get is home after this 5th race with a pick 5 ticket. Now, 3 to 5 horse, it won't pay a lot, but it'll pay more than you spent on it, and that's always the angle when you're betting. Number 3, My Blueberry Buck. None of these horses have been over the half-mile track, but he looks like he's ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, he looks fantastic on the track, and that's the horse that I did see qualify. You know, he was pacing really well in the stretch drive. That last qualifier had a bow in his neck and looked really fired up. Even though James did keep him on a helmet, so I think that's why he's probably feeling really brave tonight, and I think he's going to be ready for a big effort at first asking.
Number 6, Team Mac, is right now 8-1 on the board. If we're going to try to get one to beat the favorite, 1 of 2 for Blake McIntosh, and Team Mac is also getting warmed up reasonably vigorously.
Yeah, scoring down pretty good. So I think that Phil might want to try to leave out with this one. Better's Delight Gelding, really well bred horse, that's for sure. $72,000 yearling. So if you want to go by that angle, he was the most expensive horse in the race, and right now you're getting 6-1 on him.
He shows some flashes of quarter speed. He shows a 28-1 and a 28-3. Third panels in both of them. So Team Mac does look like one that could at least be a strong consideration under My Blueberry Buck for a second place finish. Another one to take a look at, you get the inside post position on the half, 6-6. And has had 2 starts. Made a break in the first one. Would that affect their thoughts at all? Because that break was before they left out.
Last time, though, I think it was a nice flat line. Came home at 28-4. Obviously, like you mentioned earlier, the concern is none of these horses have been over a half-mile service, and certainly haven't raced here yet. So I guess it would always be a concern. But with the pole position, I can't imagine they're gonna, waste it by not trying to get out for position. So I think this one certainly has a chance. 9-2, not a bad price.
And he's a $30,000 yearling price, so one that's supposed to be a fairly decent horse, at least. It's hard always to tell with yearling prices, because sometimes, you get one that you pay $5,000 for, it goes to win big, and one that you pay big money and doesn't plan out. But still, overall, it does give you some indication. Another one to touch on, number 4, Horse, the only one that's had a start, and did put in a pretty solid middle half to stay up with the field at Kawartha to get up close. Now, 31-1 final quarter, but still it was a second place finish for Horse, and there's him looking a little more relaxed on the track.
Yeah, the experience edge obviously is big going into this. That effort at Kawartha, I did see that race live, and the one thing I will say about it, though, is that 4 horses in the race did make a break in stride, which may have helped this one's chance a little bit, but I do think that the edge of having a race already in a pari-mutuel event is a big one for Horse.
And the only other horse on the track we didn't talk about is 5 Master Fencer, and you went to the thoroughbred name angle. You're really digging deep there, but is one that $28,000 yearling that showed a good back half.
Oh, definitely, yeah. No, I just like the fact that we had Winks earlier in the card, and now we've got Master Fencer now. So, nice direction of naming some of these horses after famous thoroughbreds. Yeah, listen, Gary, you know what? This is a race for rookies. I think this one has a chance to.
It's a field of 5, race number 5. On the inside, 6-6, My Blueberry Buck. In the center, horse to the outside, Master Fencer and Team Mac. 3, My Blueberry Buck is 1-5, now 4-5 on the board. Just popped up to 4-5. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the 5th race is at the start of the rough, and My Blueberry Buck leaves out. On the outside, Team Mac is hustling out, and on the inside, it is 6 in 6, and then Horsch and back to Master Fencer. They work their way into the backstretch, and off stride went Horsch, and impacted was Master Fencer. It is My Blueberry Buck who's got the lead. Team Mac is right there in the pocket. Is My Blueberry Buck at 2-5 for James McDonald. Leads at a couple of lengths. Team Mac is second. 6 and 6 is third. Master Fencer is fourth, and then Horsch is racing fifth. They work past the opening quarter in 29 and 4, and it is My Blueberry Buck who has a lead right now of a length and a half. Team Mac is there in the pocket. 6 and 6 is third, and is currently traveling about 4 off the lead as the field comes off the turn. Now gets up a little bit closer from third, and is about 3 1/4 from the front. Then it is Master Fencer, and Horsch after that early break trails the field. My Blueberry Buck as they race past the half. The quarter was 29 and 4, and the half was 1:04, and they work their way on into the backstretch, rolling along in second. Team Mac keeping a close watch on My Blueberry Buck. 6 and 6 is third, but it drops back a bit now as the front two start to get away a bit, and now moving on the outside. There is Master Fencer, and Horsch is back trailing the field. My Blueberry Buck has the lead, and My Blueberry Buck is still looking sharp on top. Team Mac is racing second, Master Fencer third, and 6 and 6 is fourth. 1:30 and 4 the 3/4 time. My Blueberry Buck leads it. Team Mac is trying to stay close, and racing third is Master Fencer, and 6 is 6 is racing fourth. A turn for home. My Blueberry Buck. Team Mac as they come on down the stretch drive. My Blueberry Buck got a light tap from James McDonald. That is all it took. Wins it by 2 1/4. Team Mac is second, Master Fencer third, and 6 and 6 is fourth. 1:59 and 3. Picked up the tempo in the fourth panel there to get the job done comfortably, Rob.
Yeah, that was the horse that I remember qualifying, Gary, and he finished the same way in his qualifier. The bow in his neck, and James with tight lines to the wire. Nice effort there. 59 and 3. And the horse that we kind of pegged for second, their Team Mac, at 7-1. Left out well, got the 2-hole, and finished in that position. But this horse, My Blueberry Buck, full marks for the effort, and I was expecting this tonight off of that qualifier, and was happy to see him go out to the lead. Raced on a helmet in that qualifier and stayed there, was planted on that helmet, came into this one really brave, and nice front-end score for James McDonald.
Yeah, he also got the right pace, 1:04, but I don't think it would have even mattered if he'd have gone more early. He looked really under wraps as well.
Yeah, and he looked a little bit green at times, like he didn't know what to do on the front end, and I think that's the time that James did have to kind of remind him with a little tap. But these are 2-year-olds, right? And he has not really had that trip yet where he was on the point. So I thought he responded really well and put in a rock-solid effort.
The thoroughbred name angle, at least to get onto the tractor. A Master Fencer at 15-1, and Horse, the only one with the experience. Well, that experience didn't help. He made a break.
Yeah, I made a break tonight, and you think that he'd be one that wouldn't do that because he behaved himself when many others weren't in that last start in his debut at Kawartha Downs. But just made a miscue tonight, but I'm sure he'll be able to rebound next time.
And Rob, you get the pick 5 now. It's a 2-5 horse, but you're cashing a ticket.
We're cashing a ticket, so for 20 cents, it's $27.32 is the payout. My ticket was $9.60, so we still almost triple up. Not the worst result. We didn't get our best results through, and a winner's a winner, almost 3 times our money. We'll take it.
Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 5, it's number 3, My Blueberry Buck, a 2-year-old thinking out loud bay gelding, owned by Miller Farms, trained by Nick Gallucci. The winning drive to James McDonald, my Blueberry Buck, takes his career debut. Mile of 159 and 3. James McDonald in the winner's circle. The fifth race payouts: 3 my Blueberry Buck, 280, 220, 220. 6 Team Mac, $4, $4. 5 Master Fencer, $7. Pick 5, 136.60 on 5 of 5. $2 exactor is 10.80. Dollar try 18.45. Dollar superfecta 39.15. Fans note in race 7, claims entered 1 Coal Creek Lacey and 7 Azucar Pipe Dream. Race 7 claims 1 and 7.
All right, well, we booked a small win in that pick five wager, but we're moving on to race number six, our feature, and a potential big payout coming in the super high five and a very competitive looking horses and geldings preferred 2-3 handicap. And Willie or won't he? Last time was a much the best winner in here, but now he gets handicapped with that outside post position. But he's still my top choice because that effort was just a impressive one to say the least. Went to the lead from the 6 hole and made every call a winning one. Drew off under wraps to Colin Kelly in the stretch. And I was very impressed by that effort. And I don't think he's one that necessarily needs a lead. It's going to be tough for him to get there from the outside post tonight. But that effort was a real rock solid one for Kyle Boston. And I've noticed that Kyle Boston's horses seem to get better with each start. And that was the first one off the bench. Obviously, should have been pretty raring to go off of 2 qualifiers. But I think that this horse might even take a step forward today. I'm going to put him on top, even with that outside post. 6-1 seems like a big price right now on Willie or Woney. And for second, number 7, I'm going to go the same way the race office sees it. Power and Grace for second. Another outside post. Power and Grace last time sat a 2-hole trip to this one, finished in that spot. That was first start off the bench with no qualifiers. So she certainly has a reason to improve coming into this one, 5-1 on the board. I think these two will take more money closer to post time, but maybe people will be deterred from that outside post. We'll get some value, but I'm gonna risk it here and go to the outside of the gate, something I don't usually do. Then number 4 for third, Tricks and Stones. This one last time had the outside post, got a really brutal trip. Was never able to get into the race, closing like a freight train late to get 5th. Looked like he wasn't going to get any share of it. Ended up getting a small check. This one here has a license to improve tonight from post 4. Should be in the action much earlier, but 6-5 for me is way too short a price on number 4, Tricks and Stones. And then for 4th, I'm looking at Cena Magician, Rail Control. And this horse is no stranger to these preferred classes. He's won them before. He gets pieces of them very frequently. Last year, hit the board in 18 of 26 on the board and 3 of 5 this year. It's pretty rare this one doesn't get a piece of it somewhere. I think from the rail, you got to use Cena Magician underneath. 7-1 seems like a good price on that one. And then number 9, Catch Can. If you like the one, you got to like the 9. Catch Canada is loaded with speed. Unfortunately, we'll have to follow one off the gate tonight. Last time, though, did so in this exact same spot last week and finished 3rd from that trailing post. I think getting a piece of it tonight is certainly in the cards for this one. Might just be a lesser share. I'm using him on the bottom end of the super high 5. But for me, I'm going to go with Willie or Woney right back. I think he can do it. Post 8 and all over number 7, Power and Grace, number 4, Tricks and Stones, number 1, Cena Magician, and number 9, Catch Canna. We will come back, though, after the post parade to talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy.
Field for the 6th on parade 1, Cena Magician, Greg Dustin for Jennifer Pinkerton. Number 2 is Red Hot Torch, Jason Ryan for Numbered Company. 3 is Norwegian Dad, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers. Number 4 is Tricks and Stones, Patrick Shepard for Triple S Equine. 5 is Sizzlin' Hot Herbie Natasha Day, drives and trains and owns. Number 6, Zach to the Max, Austin Surrey for Richard Morrow, and Charles Ward and Justin Robson. Number 7 is Power and Grace, Brad McDonough for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance and Lorimer McClure. 8 is Willie Armoni, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossens and Phil McGuire. At 9 is Catch Canna, J.R. Plot for Jacques Dupont and Sylvain Deschenaux. Field of 9, race number 6. Rob, I got to tell you that I handicapped this race about a number of times and every time came up with a different idea. Finally settled on a strange idea. Number 9, Catch Can, but I'm telling you, I had a different winner every time I did it. So this time I'm going to tell you why I took Catch Canna on top. I think this is a really balanced bunch in the post position draw. How they set it up with the post positions assigned, that really makes it very balanced. But I thought Catch Canna was really good against Head Turning Jag when Head Turning Jag romped here. And Catch Canna left well, but had a spot on the gate. Still left well last time out to finish third, in behind Willie Armoni and Power and Grace. I'm just banking on the angle of J.R. Plot figuring out a trip. I expect Cena Magician to leave as well.
Yeah, I think Cena Magician will leave for position, so I don't think Catch Canada will be too far out of it off the gate. And this is a race where there could be a lot of things that happen, Gary, because, I do think the best horses are, as the race office predicted, on the outside of the gate, but I think they're going to try to get into it. I don't think this is going to be one where they, go to the back and try to follow around and get a piece. I think this is going to be, a pretty contentious race from the start to the finish.
There's your top pick, number 8, Willie Armoni, 9-5, still getting a lot of love from post position 8, Rob.
I think it's deserved too, because that last effort was incredible, especially considering he had not raced in a long time. I know there was 2 qualifiers under his belt, but qualifiers aren't racing, and I think Kyle Boston's horses have been getting better with every start. That's what I've noticed the trend to be. And this horse is a winner, 42 lifetime wins, nearly 400,000 in the bank, closing on that number rapidly. I think that there's a chance he actually races better this time, and if he can just get off the gate and beat some horses, I think he might be tough to beat again. 9-5, obviously a short price from out there, but I think he's the one to beat.
Number 7, Power and Grace, is a mare that I've liked a lot, and Brett McDonald's been racing really well here for trainer Ron McDonald, plus his other catch drives. Power and Grace is one that doesn't have the post, but it's tough to leave off the ticket.
Oh, definitely. She's a horse that finds a way to hit the ticket and win many times. So I think that she's one you need to have in your exotics at a minimum, and 5-1 is a pretty good price on this horse. I think that if this was one where they were racing the race in a straight line, I would certainly think it would be 8-7 in here till the cows come home. But obviously that's not the case here, and that's why they've been hampered with those outside draws.
Number 4, Tricks and Stones, took a lot of early money. Has come up a little bit to 3-1, but people did see that closing effort last time out at the finish. Tricks and Stones, Patrick Shepard driving and training.
Yeah, huge effort from this one last time. I watched the replay a few times, and this horse was doing his best work right at the wire. I'd say that the final 16th of a mile is when he really hit his best stride. The only thing is that he's not really a leaving type, so even with post 4, I'm not sure where he gets away. Obviously should get away better than the 9th that he got away last time, but he's not one that's going to be up on the front end, that's for sure.
There's one Cena Magician on the inside, and you're right to note that this horse consistently races well, and Cena Magician has that inside advantage, half-mile track.
Yeah, for sure, and he's a big-time piece getter, right? He's got 5 wins last year in 26, but he hit the board in 18 of those efforts, and this year 1 out of 5, but he's hit the board 3 out of those 5 times. So he's certainly one that has figured out how to maximize each of his efforts, and I think that, like you said, he should go forward off the gate tonight and get a decent trip and should land somewhere underneath.
There's number 6, Zach to Max, and he did show that he belongs with this group. Now, it is the second start off the layoff, but I would be shocked if he actually gets a big chunk in here.
Yeah, he certainly has a chance to get a piece of it. I didn't use him in my top 5. I kind of wanted to elect to watch him one start here, and post 6 isn't the easiest spot, but I've sided with horses in post 8 and 7, so we'll see what happens.
Field for race number 6, taking up positions, Seeing a Magician, Red Hot Torch, and Norwegian Dad on the inside. In the center, Tricks and Stones and Sizzling Hot Herbie to the outside. Zach to the max, Power and Grace, and Willie or Won't He? And the second tier, Catch Canna. Field of 9, race number 6. They're at the start of the rough. Seeing a Magician, Norwegian Dad, Red Hot Torch, and Catch Canna. Along to the inside is Seeing a Magician using that post one advantage to take the lead. Catch Canna right there on the inside. Norwegian Dad, Power and Grace on the outside is still powering 3 wide. Then it is back to Red Hot Torch. Zach to the max, and further back is Sizzling Hot Herbie. And Willie or Won't He is trailing the field. But Power and Grace is trying to come on against Seeing a Magician. It is Power and Grace who's trying to clear to the front, but Seeing a Magician has that inside advantage, and it's going to make Power and Grace work to get there. Power and Grace now is able to come on and get the lead. Seeing a Magician is second. Catch Canna is forwardly placed third. Norwegian Dad, then there's a gap of about 5. Red Hot Torch and Zach to the max. Then it is back further to Sizzling Hot Herbie as the field comes off the turn. And then we've got Willie or Won't He as the field brushes on up towards us. And it is Power and Grace. Here comes Norwegian Dad on the outside now. Seeing a Magician's racing on the inside. And Catch Canna is well spotted now, second over on the back of Norwegian Dad. Halftime was 56-3. And they work their way on into the backstretch. Fifth on the inside is Red Hot Torch. Zach to the max is sixth. Then Willie or Won't He is seventh on the inside. And Sizzling Hot Herbie, it is Power and Great. There goes Catch Canna now. Catch Canna at 9-1 has moved up and taken over second. It is Catch Canna and Power and Grace as they hustle on to 3/4. Norwegian Dad drops back now. Seeing a Magician's racing third. 3/4 was 126-3. Catch Canna and Power and Grace are dueling. Power and Grace is game on the inside though. Catch Canna to the outside. Seeing a Magician is third. Then Red Hot Torch and Zach to the max, and Sizzling Hot Herbie. And Willie or Won't He is still down to the inside. Power and Grace. Catch Canna to the outside. Power and Grace looks game. Catch Canna on the outside is digging though. Catch Canna on the outside is going to roll on by and get a sharp Power and Grace beaten just about a head or a nose. And then on the inside it was Seeing a Magician and Red Hot Torch. 158 flat. Race number 6, it was an interesting dash, but Catch Canna was able to get the second of her trip and got out well from the trailer post, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice job there by J.R. Plant. And we were right, Gary. It was not going to be a race where they were sitting. Everyone was racing, and some real, wicked early panels there, 27-2, 56-3. It seemed like the whole field, except for Tricks and Stones, who made a break behind the gate, was vying for that early lead. It's sent Willie or Won't He right to the back of the bus, and Power and Grace did the opposite, kept on trucking right to the lead. But Catch Canna, nice effort. Nice call by you, Gary. Nice winner here. Nice price. Wow.
Well, I did handicap the race a bunch of times. It was only my winner in one of those, but it was the last one, which is all that you have to have. Really impressed with Power and Grace, though, because left hard from an outside post and was right there, just beaten between about a nose and a head.
Yeah, huge effort from her, and we expected that she'd bring her best. She generally does, and I was not thinking that she'd be the one that would keep on trucking for the lead, where Willie or Won't He kind of bailed out. But still, rock solid effort to just miss in second. We were right about Seeing a Magician, right? He always gets a piece. He landed third, and he wasn't too far off the win either.
No, absolutely. The inside post, but also the strong top 3 record. Just keeps on getting the job done. Excellent steer, though, by JR. He was right up on the back of Seeing a Magician and got away third, and then got the benefit with Norwegian Dad moving up. That also helped the second over trip.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, slick steer, and lands on top now of what's going to be a really nice high five, where if anyone listened to you, Gary, they should have a chance at it. 9-1 on top.
Back in front of us is number 9, Catch Canna. Catch Canna is an 8-year-old Lucky Chucky brown gelding, owned by Dorleans Incorporated and Sylvain Deschanel. Jacques Dupont is the trainer. J.R. Plant, the winning drive. It's the second win this year. 27th lifetime. Catch Canna. Mile of 158 flat. The sixth race payouts 9 Catch Canna 2010 710 490, 7 Power and Grace 570 and $4, and then 1 Cinemagician 350. $2 exactor $114.40, dollar try $217.25, dollar win for $233.95. And the super high five, numbers 97128, pays a 20-cent ticket, 1445.59. Good ching.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at race number 7. We got filly and mares on the pace for a claiming tag of $8,500. And I'm going to go right back to the horse that won this race last time, number 1, Cold Creek Lacey. I thought this one's effort was a really, really nice one, going first over. And I thought that the victory was of the easy variety coming to the wire. I don't think that there was any concern from Austin Sorry. I think he knew he was a winner. She paced through the wire well. He kind of tightened the lines just before the finish line, and I think that rail control again for this one. And that line does show as a condition claimer, but it was just an added condition that really wasn't like a lifetime earnings condition. It was a non-winners of 700 last 5 added to that one. So it's one of those ones where the program can be deceptive because it wasn't one of those ones that had a low lifetime earnings on that condition claimer last time. So Cold Creek Lacey, I think, can repeat in here. Same post as she had last time. Rail control, love the effort. 5-1, a giant size price. I cannot imagine that holding up in a million years on this one. If you like the 1, well, I'm always going to say, if you like the 1, you got to like the 9. If you like the 9, you got to like the 1. Well, I like the 9 here for second. Ma Rebel, the runner-up to Cold Creek Lacey last time. Solid enough efforts. Really followed that winner. So, had no real excuse not to get her if she was good enough to win, but should get every chance to follow her again tonight. Maybe she turns the tables. She's going to follow her out from the trailing post and should be on her helmet for most of the mile anyways. So I'm going to go 1-9 and hope they repeat as the top 2 finishers again in here this time around. And then for third, number 5, mostly Dolly. The program is going to look like a big drop down in class, but that's a condition claimer. But at least it had a high lifetime earnings on it of 72,500. So it was for horses that haven't made 72,500. I wouldn't say it's really a drop in class. I'd say it's probably about a lateral move at best. But I do think this one has a license to improve. Third start off the layoff, post 5. Think that they might be trying to get away for a position tonight. 7-1 on the board is a pretty good price on this mare. I expected her to take more money than that. And then for fourth, Moramapo, one that possesses all kinds of early foot off the gate, and J.R. Plant certainly knows how to get them to the lead early. Not sure what the tactics will be tonight. Last time went to the lead, faded a little bit late to finish third in here. That was from post 2, though. This is post 6. Much more difficult starting spot for Moramapo, but I certainly think she should be part of the early pace in some way, shape, or form. One that is absent from my top 4 is number 4, and that is Blink and Gone. This one here making her first start back since December the 12th, shipping to Ontario, a decent qualifier against Quick Tour. Quick Tour came back to race pretty good here in his first start back after a long layoff. This horse opened with a lot of win money in the win pool. Opened off, at a very, very short price. Starting to float up now, up to 9-5, but there was a large win wager on this one when the pool opened. For me, though, folks, it's going to be number 1, Cold Creek Lacey to repeat over number 9, Ma Rebel, number 5, Mostly Dolly, and number 6, Moramapo. But we'll take a closer look at this race after the post parade with Gary Guy.
Fans note we have a late scratch 7, Azucar Pipe Dream. Scratch 7, Azucar Pipe Dream. Field for the 7th on parade, 1, Coal Creek Lacey. Claim entered, Austin Sorry for Gary Bishop and Courtney Bishop. Number 2, Decks the Land, Billy Davis Jr. for Sheldon Rose. 3 is Return to Style, Dale Spence for Jeffrey Hunt and Lori Jennings and Jonathan Guignat. Number 4 is Blink and Gone, Scott Young for Rick Wade and Mike Boucher and Ruby Gapris. 5 is Mostly Dally, Bruce Richardson for Bud Sinclair and Lisa DeRoche and Craig Parrott. Number 6, Moramapo, J.R. Plot for John Kennedy and Ralph and Sandra Penn. 8 is Northern Belle, Lauren House for Greg Campbell and Angelo DeLellis. And number 9 is Ma Rebelle, Jay Harris for Terry Golan. Field of 8, race number 7, No to Claim, number 1, Coal Creek Lacey. And that's the one we're going to see first here. And Rob, the claim is in on 1, Coal Creek Lacey, 9-5 on the board. I did think this one would be the favorite, and that's exactly what we've got right now, although 4 Blink and Gone is taking a bunch of money. Last race, very impressive for Coal Creek Lacey, but one of just 3 wins in the past 37. That was one of the few things that I noted that I wasn't fond of, but yet you have to look at the last race, and it was mighty fine.
Yeah, it was the softest spot she had raced in a long time, too. I mean, you look back to March, she's racing in $10,000 claiming handicap. That's open claiming handicap events over Mohawk Park. So I think that last time she was full marks for the effort. I thought she looked like she might be one of the more probable winners on the card tonight. Surprised that she hasn't taken the action throughout the betting, but 9-5 now it's starting to get down to where it should be. I really thought she was good last time, Gary.
And just a moment ago, we saw 9 Ma Rebelle scoring down pretty quickly there. Ma Rebelle and Jay Harris is my top pick in here. The one thing I would tell you why I tried to go against 1 Coal Creek Lacey was trying to get the price, trying to get a little bit of a shot here. Ma Rebelle's been a very consistent earner, and also Ma Rebelle, last time out, had everything the way that she would have wanted it to get by, but I'll give her another shot in here because I thought I'd get a better price. It is 5-1 right now on Ma Rebelle.
Yeah, she's been racing well too, right? Since the return from the shutdown, 2 wins over Hanover, then a runner-up finish here. She should be feeling good about herself. Look, she was, when she was scoring down. Gets to follow out the favorite, or who I think will be the favorite at post time. So she'll get every chance.
Right now, number 4, Blink and Gone, is holding at equal favored status at 2-1. We often say follow the money. Hasn't had a start since the 12th of December. Qualifier was not bad.
Well, qualifier is definitely okay, and some good horses in there too. I mean, horses that would be, heavily favored against this group, that's for sure. But qualifying isn't racing, and I guess I just kind of looked at it and said, well, it's going to be difficult for this one to come out and, produce their best without racing since last December. But, certainly the board would tell us that this horse is raring to go.
There's number 5, Mostly Dally. Ken's top pick on the board was on the screen just momentarily there. And Mostly Dally is 8-1. I do like the mile here, June the 11th. The last one, it wasn't nearly as impressive.
Yeah, no, it was 6-hole. It got away. Never really got into the race. Should be able to maybe get into this one. Maybe be a little more forwardly placed. 7-1. I think this horse was 5-2 in the morning line, and I thought this horse should be more in the range of like where he's now 7-1 or even a little bit higher. But we'll see. I think a play underneath for sure for Mostly Dally.
One thing to note, though, 56 and 3 mile actually compares very well with this field. In fact, it is the quickest last race mile, which is sometimes a decent angle. One more that we should look at is number 6, Moramapo and J.R. Plot. I like the barn of John Kennedy's, and Moramapo is one that parked a little early last race before tailing off. Maybe with a better trip, Moramapo could be a pretty big factor, and J.R. Plot.
Yeah, for sure. And this horse, is loaded with early speed, but I've seen this horse also win from off the pace as well. 16-1 seems like a pretty big price on this one. I thought this horse might take more action. Last time finished 3rd, led a long way, so I wouldn't be surprised if Moramapo gets a piece of it.
Number 1, Coal Creek Lacey now has dropped down to the 9-5 favorite status, and 9 Ma Rebelle and 4 Blink and Gone are both 5-2. The field for the 7th taking up positions. Coal Creek Lacey decks the land on the inside of the center. Return to Style. Blink and Gone. Mostly Dally to the outside. Moramapo and Northern Belle. And the second tier, Ma Rebelle. It is a field of field of 8, race number 7. There at the start of the rough. Decks the land, leaves well. Return to style, makes a break. Blinkin' Gone is going to get out sharply. Coal Creek Lacey is racing down to the inside and is positioned third as they work their way into the backstretch. Then fourth is Mora Mapo. Ma Rebel is in fifth right now. Then it is mostly Dally and Northern Bell. Still charging on the outside, Mora Mapo. And Cheher Plot is surging and is trying to clear to the lead. It is Mora Mapo to take over now. Blink and Gone is second. Dex the Land is third. Coal Creek Lacey gets away position to fourth. And then Ma Rebel is fifth. And then mostly Dally and Northern Bell. But Mora Mapo made the lead and is in front by 2. Blink and Gone is racing second. Dex the Land is third. Now Coal Creek Lacey is going to move to the outside, and Ma Rebel follows on the outside, second over as the field comes off the turn. And then it is back to mostly Dally. And then we've got Northern Bell, but it's still Mora Mapo at 22 to 1 who's got the lead. Blink and Gone is getting the pocket trip. Coal Creek Lacey gets up a little bit closer. Ma Rebel is following second over on into the backstretch. Then Dex the Land is on the inside and is 4 off the lead. Then it is back to Northern Bell, and then we've got mostly Dally. On down the backstretch they go. Mora Mapo, Coal Creek Lacey on the outside. Blink and Gone is racing third. Dex the Land is fourth, and then Ma Rebel. Here comes Coal Creek Lacey alongside Mora Mapo. Mora Mapo did all the heavy lifting early, but now on the outside, Coal Creek Lacey is sharing the lead. 3/4, 127 and 2. And Mora Mapo hasn't thrown in the towel. Coal Creek Lacey, Blink and Gone is closest enough to pounce now as they race their way 3 across the track, coming down the stretch by. On down the stretch by they come. Coal Creek Lacey, Blink and Gone, and up the inside. Mora Mapo is fighting back. Coal Creek Lacey, though, is sharp to the finish. Blink and Gone was second. Mora Mapo was third. And then Dex the Land was fourth, a mile of 157 and 1. Coal Creek Lacey was able to go first up and still be tough to the finish, Rob.
Yeah, repeat for this one like last time. Had to work for it a little more this time. Last time, she kind of just coasted to the victory. This time, Mora Mapo did not want to throw in the towel, as you noted in the race call. And then, of course, the horse that took all the money, Blink and Gone, then came to call in the stretch. And nice job by Coal Creek Lacey to hold that one off.
Yeah, it looks like the fans left Mora Mapo with too much of a price because it was only beaten a length there at the finish, or a length and a half, but still, it was a fine effort by Mora Mapo.
Yeah, we noted too, the price was way too big, 22 to 1 on Mora Mapo. And again, a versatile horse that can kind of do it either way, but J.R. Plant went right to the front. This horse is loaded with early speed. She can get off the gate. She did. And then she put Blink and Gone in the 2-hole, which, probably, ended up helping Coal Creek Lacey, because then that one had to come around and do some work to try to catch her. Nice job by Austin Sorey, though. No panic, first over, inched in, and ended up getting the job done again from a first over position.
Yeah, number 9, Ma Rebel, was on the back of Coal Creek Lacey, but it really didn't matter. Ma Rebel couldn't keep up with Coal Creek Lacey and dropped out. But Coal Creek Lacey did it the hard way and proved that you're right. She was the best in there. Claim in, so we'll be off to new connections.
Yeah, definitely have to track where this one goes, because I like both those efforts. It's not easy to win first over. She just did it 2 weeks in a row, and nice way to fend off, Blink and Gone at the wire there.
1462 is the top 4. Coming back in front of us is one, Coal Creek Lacey, a 6-year-old Shanghai Phil bay mare, owned by Courtney Bishop, trained by Gary Bishop. Austin Sorey with the winning drive. Second win this year, 15th lifetime. Coal Creek Lacey, 157 and 1. The seventh race payouts one Coal Creek Lacey, 350, 220, 210. Four Blinken Gone, $3 and $3. Six more Amapo, $7. $2 exactor, $17. Dollar try, 46.80. Dollar superfected, 225.90. The claim information one Coal Creek Lacey, the new trainer, Richard Morrow.
All right, it's time to take a look at race number 8. It is the start of the late pick four. Be a nice way to finish off your night by cashing a pick four ticket in this sequence, which ends in our finale. But let's take a look at race number 8, the first leg of that pick four, and this is for non-winners of 25,000 life on the trots. And well, I'm going to go to number 4, Saint K. I think Saint K is likely the class of the field here. Patrick Shepard, trainee, had a start last time at Mohawk Park, sat the 2-hole, did fade throughout the mile, but look at who won that race. Dealing with Dewey, finished second, was up and ready. Well, both those horses are racing in the golds tomorrow at Mohawk Park. So I don't think there's any shame in that effort. 56-1 was how he trotted his own mile. He was off nearly a month. And if you look down at those lines in Pennsylvania, the ones that say TSS, that's the Stallion Series. It's equivalent to our Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots division. So I think that this horse, has a big chance today. Patrick Shepard will be up to do the driving as well, but that last effort, folks, I think it maps up pretty well against this group. Those horses that he was in against, that was one of the toughest non-winners of 2 trotting races you'll probably ever see, and now gets to come here and non-winners of 25,000 life. So St. K is my selection on top. And for second, number 1, Twin B Hugs. Last time they added blinkers to this one, we thought that she'd want the front. They tried to get there going first over. She ended up finishing third, but it was a solid effort after a taxing trip. And I think that with rail control today, well, she chooses her own destiny. She might try to go right on down the road from the pole position. I think this one merits a lot of respect in here. DJ Roy Hall last time squandered a 2-hole trip after making a break in the stretch, but I'm not sure he would have done, much better than where he finished. Maybe finished third. I think he definitely would actually finish third, but I just watched that replay a few times, and I don't know if he was going to get either of the top 2 finishers in the race. DJ Roy Hall, though, certainly capable of a big effort tonight from the 5-hole. Has early speed, will likely be leaving out for position early, but does have that break last time, so flat line will probably be the first objective. Last time, making a break, finishing 4th, but was placed 5th. And then in for 4th, they got Black 7. A surprise effort last time, going to the lead at 11-1, and led, almost every step of the way. Got picked up very late in the mile by Aim High Hanover, who was a going away winner under the wire, but solid effort from this one. The problem is post 7. What do you do with this one from post 7? It'll be difficult to try to get the lead from out there, but certainly capable of getting a piece underneath is number 7, Black 7. But I'm going to go with number 4, St. K. I think this one is the class of the field. 3-year-old gelding by Sebastian K. And underneath, I'm going to go number 1, Twinbee Hugs. That would be my main player underneath. I think she's going to be forwardly placed and trying to go as far as she can go tonight from that pole position. And then number 5, DJ Roy Hall, and number 7, Black 7. But as always, we'll take a closer look at this race after the post parade.
Field for the 8th on parade. 1, Twinbee Hugs. Paul McKenzie for Francis Dumichel and Jackie McManus and Robert Daly. Number 2 is Incredible Holly, prepping out for Stephen Charlton and Calvin Larkin. Number 3, Sebastian Ray, Jason Ryan for Numbered Company. Number 4 is St. K, Patrick Shepard for Triple S Equine. Number 5 is DJ Roy Hall, Austin Sorry for Bernard Wills and Brian LaMarche. Number 6 final check, Tyler Borth for John Yake Jr. and Chris Yake. And number 7 is Black 7, George Ketros, drives and trains and owns. Field of 7 for race number 8. Start of the late pick 4. Let's get a look at this field. And first up, we're going to be looking at number 4, St. K, and Patrick Shepard on the track right now. And Rob's top pick. Second start for trainer Patrick Shepard. And Patrick elects to drive himself here in this spot. Couple of wins this year. You really liked that last race and the measuring stick. How does St. K look right now on the track?
Oh, just galloping right now, misbehaving a little bit, but probably just having a good time out there on the track. Patrick was trying to turn the horse. Now he's trying to get to the infield and just calm the horse down. And obviously, maybe not what you'd want to see. The horse had made breaks in the past. But like I said, that last effort was against a group where, dealing with Dewey up and ready and others in that race would be, 1 to 9 in here, Gary. So I think if this one behaves himself tonight, he'll be difficult to beat.
He's a co-favorite at even money with number 1, Twinbee Hugs, who's also at even money. And one that I really believe this one's going to grab the early lead. There's some gate speed in here, but I think she has the most, and she has the position. And Twinbee Hugs and Paul McKenzie. And Paul's coming off of 3 wins last night. Twinbee Hugs and Paul McKenzie.
Yeah, we noted last time this one added blinkers, and we thought they'd want to be more forwardly placed. They tried to get there going first over, and she roughed it with a nice mile. It was a strong effort. Ended up finishing third. She faded a little bit later in the mile, coming home in 31 seconds. Looks really good on the track, though. And I think you're right. I think they're going to try to go as fast as they can, depending on what St. K does, though, I think. But either way, Twinbee Hugs is going to push out of there.
I think there's some good gate speed on the inside. That was another thing that I wasn't sure with St. K. And St. K is getting backed at 4 to 5 on the board. Number 5, DJ Roy Hall, is one that you noted might have been able to finish third last time out if he had stayed flat, but he didn't. But he certainly looked good here June the 16th. There's DJ Roy Hall and Austin Sorey.
Yeah, I think really the trip will matter with this one. I think he might also be part of that early speed. Last time, got a perfect trip, ended up making a break. Like I said, I don't think he was ever getting to the top 2, but probably would have been third. Certainly one of the ones to use underneath in here. I just think that the 1 and 4 are probably a little bit too good for this one tonight.
Number 7, Black 7, certainly doesn't have the post position, but he made us think another thought about him last time up because he looked really good. I mean, he was in front of Twinbee Hugs, who's the 6 to 5 second choice on the board right now. Tough post, but he looked like he actually at least can be very competitive with this group.
Yeah, he turned that one away too. When you think about it, 17 to 1 on a horse that ended up turning the 6 to 5 shot away. Now post positions are flipped tonight. This one goes out to post 7. Twinbee Hugs has the rail, but it's a pretty big discrepancy in the win price considering this one, relatively easily shut the door on that one on the lead.
There's number 3, Sebastian Ray, one that's made some breaks in qualifiers, but finally got it together last time out, and that was here. Made breaks at Mohawk, but then was flat here, and also has gate speed. Can Sebastian Ray stay steady in here? 19 to 1 price.
Well, I mean, that's really the key with this one. If he can stay trotting and remain on his gate, then, certainly he could probably land somewhere underneath. I think that this race came up a little bit tough, really, with St. K and Twinbee Hugs getting that inside post. Maybe a play underneath. 20 to 1 on the board. Can't hurt to throw in the bottom of your trifecta as super.
So right now the fans have labeled it as a 2-horse race. St. K at even money and 1 Twinbee Hugs at 3 to 2. There's value everywhere else, and DJ Roy Hall is the third choice at 6 to 1. We're going to see how it pans out. I like 1 Twinbee Hugs on the inside, but Rob's gone to 4. St. K thinks that he'll be more than okay in here. Field for the 8th race, taking up positions, and it'll be Twinbee Hugs, Incredible Holly down to the inside. In the center, Sebastian Ray, St. K, and DJ Roy Hall to the outside. Final check, and Black 7. It's a field of 7 for race number 8. They are moving into position. Field for the 8th race has reached the top of the stretch. And gathering speed, nearing the start. On the inside, Twinbee Hugs will fire St. K down the center of the track and DJ Roy Hall to the outside. Then it is Incredible Holly. Twinbee Hugs is able to grab the early lead. Incredible Holly on the inside, but now St. K will take second and is still working, and St. K is now going to find the pocket position of the back of Twinbee Hugs, and DJ Roy Hall is racing position to third, and then Incredible Holly has made a break in stride. It is back to Sebastian Ray, and then final check in Black 7. Twinbee Hugs has got the lead. St. K is enjoying the view in the pocket. 28-1 was the opening quarter. DJ Roy Hall is racing third and is going to come to the outside right now and apply some pressure. Then it is Sebastian Ray as the field comes off the turn, and they work on towards the half. Twinbee Hugs on the inside. DJ Roy Hall on the outside. St. K is 2.5 lengths back and racing on the inside third. Sebastian Ray is fourth, and then it is Black 7 to the outside. Then it is Incredible Holly, and final check. 58-1 is the halftime, and it is Twinbee Hugs and DJ Roy Hall still pressuring on the outside. St. K is up a little closer on the inside now, a length and 3/4 back, and then Sebastian Ray, Incredible Holly, Black 7, and DJ Roy Hall. Twinbee Hugs off that 58-1 halftime, and now rolled out. Sebastian Ray is out there 3 wide. It is Twinbee Hugs, and Sebastian Ray now is moved up right to close and is only ahead from the lead, and then DJ Roy Hall and Black 7 is into the hunt, and on the inside St. K has been getting the trip, and down to the inside final check 3/4 128-1. Twinbee Hugs and Sebastian Ray. Sebastian Ray's got a slim lead, but here comes Black 7 on the outside. Sebastian Ray, Twinbee Hugs is fighting on the inside. Out wide comes Black 7, and now splitting through up the inside comes St. K to get there. Then it was Sebastian Ray and Black 7, and Twinbee Hugs 159-3. St. K just late in the mile gets up and gets the job done, Rob.
Yeah, slick steer there by Patrick Shepard. In the 2-hole, couldn't wait for the passing lane. He never would have been able to get the momentum to win. He rolls out there, finds a seam, comes through for the win. I thought this horse was the best horse in the race, just would need to stay flat. Well, he got a really nice drive too and a nice trip, which helped him get there. I didn't think he could actually win from that spot. I'll be honest. I thought that it would be hard for him to accelerate to get by those ones with the momentum, but he did. And 2 horses that we kind of mentioned at a price, both land behind. And Black 7 was charging late. Sebastian Ray, wow, no steps for that one tonight. Nice wide move, stayed flat, almost got there.
Twinbee Hugs had things all his own way, although they went a decent half. He got pressured by 5 DJ Roy Hall, 58-1 to the half. That might have been just the difference that knocked Twinbee Hugs out of it. But I tell you, Black 7 is one to keep an eye on next time with that one gets back to a more favorable post position, because was back early and did a lot of work.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that one. Nice effort tonight to get there and post 7, like we know here, Gary, is no joke. Last time an inside post, tried to go all the way in the front end, and I think we'll see that again if he draws inside again. A little bit surprised to see DJ Roy Hall go first over. Certainly took the starch out of Twinbee Hugs, but in any event, the one that I desperately needed, nice price too, to be honest, even though it wasn't the way I drew it up. St. K weaving through to get the job done.
And coming back in front of us is number 4, St. K, a 3-year-old Sebastian K. Bay Gelding, owned by Triple S Equine. Patrick Shepard's the trainer, and the winning drive to Patrick Shepard. It's the 3rd win this year, 3rd lifetime. St. K, 159-3. Eighth race payouts for Cinque, $5 for 20, 283. Sebastian Ray, 1040, 537. Black, 7, 560. $2 exactor, $48. Dollar try, 303, 35. Dollar super, 1203, 85. Here's the eighth race order finish from the top, 462, 1753. Once again, the eighth race, 462, 1753.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at race number 9. We've got Filly Mares now winners of 2,000 last 3. And I'm going looking for one that I hope goes off at a bit of a price here. Not expecting anything too crazy, but number 6, Fern Hill Bella. I think she's got some excuses in her last 2. And, well, she just got bet down to 3-1. So certainly not the bomb price that, I thought maybe a little bit higher than that. But hey, listen, I thought this horse was really good in her last 2. Her first start back off the bench, she went first over to a horse named Sweet Heaven, who was the easiest kind of winner. She got a real tough go of it on that night in a tougher class than this. Ended up fading to 7th, but you can't fault her for it. Came back last time in an optional $10,500 claimer, which was this race, this same class she's in tonight. And, well, no chance. Post 7, went back to 8th. I think she probably needed that after getting a really tough trip the time before that. So I think tonight they can be a little more aggressive with Fernhill Bella after she had an easier go of it last time. 7-2 on the board. That's a price I'd be willing to accept. 10-1 morning line. Knew she wouldn't be anywhere near that, but I think that Fernhill Bella is going to come back with a much better effort tonight. For second, I like number 1, Charmbo Bree. Well, 2 reasons to stick out on this one. Rail control, for one, leaving from the pole position inside post, and dropping down in class. This is a much easier spot than what she had to face last time, and really in her last 2, and then even before the shutdown, she was racing in the Filly Mares Preferred 3 at Western Fair. So this horse really has every right to be the favorite in here. I just think that Fernhill Bella might be good enough tonight to best this one. Even money on Charmbo Bree right now from the rail. I think that price a little bit short, but it makes sense when you consider all the factors. Number 4, Lifelong Dream. Really liked how this one was pacing at the end of her mile last time. She sat 7th throughout, made a move and the final turn, moved to the outside, was pacing strong under the wire. And I think this horse can certainly improve off that effort. It was her second start back since the shutdown. And, good enough that I think she's one you need to consider in here, especially underneath at 12-1. That seems like a pretty good number on this one for me. So I'd be using that one in the bottom end of my trifecta and supers. And then number 7, Dress to the Nines. Well, last time, finished third in this class, actually back-to-back third place finishes in this class, both in the trailing post. So good news is nose on the gate tonight. Bad news is it's post 7. So you trade that trailing post for now a spot towards the outside. But I certainly think that she could land in the same spot she's been landing in. The trend might continue, finishing third or maybe fourth to pick up a smaller share of it. 11-1 on the board seems like a pretty decent price on that one. But for me, it's going to be Fern Hill Bella, and I see that I picked the horse on top. Ken picks the horse for second, and Gary picks the horse for second. So surprised right now, we're still getting 7-1 on this one. That'll probably change, though, closer to post time. But I got that one on top of number 1, Charmbo Bree, number 4, Lifelong Dream, and number 7, Dress to the Nines. We'll be back in just a few moments to talk about it more with Gary Guy.
Field for the ninth on parade one, Charbro Bree. Paul McKenzie for John Ryer. Number 2 is Maddie's Credit, Natasha Day for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 3 is Stargazing Cruiser, Billy Davis Jr. for Sheldon Rose. Number 4, Lifelong Dream, Lauren House for Greg Merlot. And 5 is Grand Prairie Bree, Travis Henry for Wayne Dunn and Steve Upson. Number 6, Fernhill Bella, Bradley Donna for Richard Morrow and Carol Voyer. Number 7, Dressed of the Nines, Nick Stewart for David Fry and Stuart Bolander. And number 8 is OK Jasmine, J.R. Plot for Stefan Larocque and Kenroy Scaife and Ken Days. Field of 8, race number 9, and right now we're looking at Rob's choice. That is 8-1 on the board. Fernhill Bella, sent up by Richard Morrow. Now only one win on the year, and the last 2 races, a 6th and a 7th. But now gets a better post position, and that 1-2 races back, a first up trip. Big third panel before backing away. Fernhill Bella, well, there is the value. You don't usually get 7-1 on one sent up by Mr. Morrow.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if that price holds by post time, Gary. She looks fantastic on the track. And that start that you mentioned against Sweet Heaven, there's no other way to put it. She got vaporized on the outside by a horse that was, just tons of the best in there. So I think that this is, a much better spot for her. And I think that they'll be going forward off the gate tonight after she kind of got a easier go of it last time.
Of course, maybe could hold at a price. If you're going to have Charbro Bree at 2-5, it drives up the odds everywhere else, and there is Charbro Bree and Paul McKenzie. The one thing I'm curious is how well will she get off the gate from post 1? I see her getting off the gate, but being 4th 3 starts ago at London, that seems like the big question.
Yeah, it could set up a difficult trip for this one, right? 1-5. Listen, I looked at the race and said, okay, she warrants being the favorite in here, but 1-5 for me is way too short. I'm not too sure how it's going to go for this one. If she gets off the gates 3rd or 4th, she might be up for a difficult journey.
My guys are on a break because they're a little busy.
Yeah, now listen, number 4, Lifelong Dream is one that you tabbed, and I really like, especially that back half. Might be the sneaky value play of the bunch. If you're going to hit one at a price and you've got a 1-5 on the board, number 4, Lifelong Dream and Lauren House might be sitting on a big improvement here.
Yeah, the price for me right now is a big one. I definitely have this horse everywhere in the exotics underneath because that last effort was a good one. And if she takes a step forward off that, she should definitely be able to land somewhere on the ticket, 25-1. Again, we're seeing inflated odds everywhere because of the money that's coming in on Charbro Bree at 1-5.
We'll talk about inflated money. Number 7, Dressed of the Nines. Now, you mentioned that she gets to have her nose on the gate. I'd have to think she might prefer to be a trailer post in this spot with the spot from post position 7, but nonetheless raced really well. 56 and more, 56 and 4, really compares well. 24-1.
Yeah, the price is huge, right? Like we said, right now. So now you see Fernhill Bell starting to take some money too. So it's even going to further make everyone else go up with those 2 horses into big time favoritism. Dressed of the Nines at the price, definitely one you can use underneath. Even take a flyer to win. Nice efforts from the 9-hole last 2. Nose in the gate, but it's going to be a much tougher journey from post 7. It's definitely one though that you can land underneath. That's for sure.
Right now the one that's actually the 3rd on the tote board is number 8, OK Jasmine. Certainly the post position, it doesn't fit well, but after 3 consecutive post 1s, in fact, you see 5 1s in the past 8 races, so overdue for an outside post position. Was racing well at the finish last time out and finished 2nd. The speed 56 and 3 compares to, it's only the post. Is 9-1 enough?
Not for me against these. I would much rather take Fernhill Bella at 7-2. But yeah, 9-1, a decent price. But again, for me, it's Fernhill Bella. I think that's a really nice number on her.
Well, the odds on Charbrough Brie held right now at 2-5, getting all the money. We'll see if that plays out according to the tote board. But Rob has 6. Fernhill Bella sent up a Richard Morrow. Taking up their positions, Charbrough Brie. Maddie's Credit. Stargazing Cruiser on the inside. In the center, Lifelong Dream. Cranberry Brie. On the outside, Fernhill Bella dressed to the nines. And OK Jasmine. Field of 8. Race number 9. Here they come. There at the start of the rough, and it is Cranberry Brie who gets out well. Charbrough Brie down to the inside. Then Maddie's Credit and Fernhill Bella's into the front 4. Stargazing Cruiser as they work into the backstretch. Then Lifelong Dream, the trailing pair, dressed to the nines, and OK Jasmine. And Charbrough Brie now is going to come around and claim the lead from Cranberry Brie. Cranberry Brie, 17-1, is going to graciously accept the pocket on the back of Charbrough Brie. Maddie's Credit is racing third, and Fernhill Bella is spotted fourth in the early action. The opening quarter was 28 seconds. Then Stargazing Cruiser, Lifelong Dream, dressed to the nines, and OK Jasmine. It is Charbrough Brie, 2-5 on the board. Cranberry Brie is racing second. Maddie's Credit is third as the field comes off the turn, and then Fernhill Bella is on the inside, racing fourth, and now they come off the turn and they head towards us. Now quickly popping to the outside goes Stargazing Cruiser. Stargazing Cruiser is going to come first up. Now it's taken over third. Maddie's Credit is racing fourth. Dressed to the nines is moving. Getting shuffled on the inside is Fernhill Bella. Then OK Jasmine and Lifelong Dream. 58-3 is the halftime, and Charbrough Brie leads on down the backstretch. Stargazing Cruiser is racing on the outside and has got a share of second. Cranberry Brie along to the inside, dressed to the nines in Maddie's Credit, and then Fernhill Bella still locked on the inside. Then OK Jasmine and Lifelong Dream is trailing to field. Charbrough Brie on up to three quarters, 127-2, and it is right now Charbrough Brie who leads it by a length and three quarters. Cranberry Brie has been getting the trip. Stargazing Cruiser is third. Maddie's Credit is fourth, and then Fernhill Bella scooting through to the inside, hasn't left the pylons yet. On down the stretch drive they come. Charbrough Brie, a final move now from Cranberry Brie, but Charbrough Brie lives up to the 2-5 billing and takes it by about 2.5. Then finishing second, it was Cranberry Brie, then Fernhill Bella and Maddie's Credit on the board at 2-5, Rob, and Charbrough Brie post position 1 was able to come around and grab the lead and then lived up to the billing.
Yeah, big time class relief tonight, and though we were concerned about maybe this one getting, a tougher trip, but no, Paul McKenzie leaves out for the 2-hole, removes to the lead, and pretty much clear sailing after that. Fernhill Bella, got shuffled. I knew as soon as she landed fourth off the gate, they wouldn't want to be first over with her tonight. So did finish with lots of pace again. She should be brave next time. I'll come back to that one for sure, especially if she draws inside. But definitely Charbrough Brie was tons the best in here.
Well, I think also what messed it up for Fernhill Bella was Stargazing Cruiser came so quick on the outside that there wasn't really an option for the horse sitting third to pop out, and then maybe for a second of her trip, it was just then Brett was stuck on the inside.
Yeah, for sure, and tried to leave out. I loved the fact that she was flying off the gate. The problem was that there was ones inside of her leaving as well, and I think it was going to be too taxing to try to truck on for the lead. There was a 4-hole there to drop into, and that was the choice that Brett made. And I think that next time, like I said, a better post, more inside. I think we'll see her sent towards the lead.
Yes, 2-5, and then 5 Cranberry Brie raced well to finish second at 17-1. Then Maddie's Credit and Stargazing Cruiser. Coming back in front of us is one Charbrough Brie. Charbrough Brie is a 5-year-old better than Shetter Brown mare, owned and trained by John Ryer. Paul McKenzie with the winning drive. It's the second win this year and the 11th win lifetime for Charbrough Brie. Ninth race payouts: 1 Charborough Brie, 280, 210, 210, 5 Cranberry Brie, 1060 and 630. 2 Maddie's Credit, $4, $2 Exactor, $26. Dollar Try, 8605. Dollar Super, 367.15. Here is the ninth race order finish from the top: 1, 3, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, 6. That's 1, 3, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, 6 on the bottom.
All right. Well, time flies when you're having fun. We're at race number 10, which means it's time for the late double. And we've got Trotters. Now winners at 3,500 last three. Also eligible claimers 15,000 and now winners at 5,500 last five. And we've got a horse in here, folks, that was going to be the easiest kind of winner in his latest. Granted, it was in a slightly softer spot. That's number 5, Ace By. He went to the lead and was going to win by as much as he wanted before making a break in deep stretch. And was disqualified and placed second for failure to lose ground coming up to the wire. He just had to behave himself. He's certainly a tricky horse to drive. Dagfin did a great job to keep him on his manners to that point. But this gelding did squander the victory. And tonight, I think that he'll probably be the one to beat. Well, I certainly think he is the one to beat if he can stay on his manners. Ace By right now 7-5 on the board, but the question is, can he stay flat? For second, I've got number 7, Polar Hall, and this one currently sits at 35-1 on the board, which is kind of crazy to me because well, he finished second, beaten a slim margin last time after going a very difficult trip first over. So I certainly think that this horse merits a lot of respect in here. Almost got the job done in his latest, and before that, he was racing in preferred races on a consistent basis. Post 7 is a difficult one, no question about that. But from a class perspective, this one is one that is definitely worth a look, especially at 35-1. For third, I have Herb's Journey right now taking a lot of support on the board at 9-5. 2 starts back, finished second to Arrakis. He went on to then win at Mohawk Park, and this one went to the preferred last time and sat an inside trip. Probably didn't get much of a chance to race in there, but in any event, gets to drop back down into this condition race. So he's certainly one you need to consider. Turned in a good effort for these connections 2 back and should do so again tonight. 2-1, a little bit on the short side price-wise, but definitely one that merits consideration, especially for me underneath. And then number 8, Wish You Tell Me. He was the benefactor last time of Ace By's break in stride. This horse sat the 2-hole. The margin was widening, though, to this one as they approached the wire until Ace By made that miscue. And then this horse did finish second under the wire, but got placed up to the win position. Post 8 tonight might be a little bit too tough for this one. We all have this horse actually picked for fourth, all the handicappers here at Grand River Raceway. Big price right now at 13-1. Probably should be a little bit less than that, but difficult for me to put this one up in the win position tonight. I just have it for a smaller share underneath. So I'm going to put Ace By on top. Hope he minds his manners. If he does, he should find himself in the winner's circle. For second, number 7, Polar Hall. For third, number 4, Herb's Journey. And then number 8, Wish You'd Tell Me. But the big question is, can this horse stay on the trot tonight? We'll take a look at this race more with Gary Guy and take a look at Ace By after the post parade.
Field for the 10th race on parade. 1 is Sinful Natasha Day for Jack Moisev and Friends Forever Racing and Emma Christoforou. And All You Gotta Know, Stable and Pamela Schmidt. Number 2, You Can't Have It. Jason Ryan for Ron Waples Jr. and Dr. Sheila Atmore. Number 3, Magic's Wizard. J.R. Plot for Anthony Beaton and Don Lefsheed. And 4 is Herb's Journey. Scott Quiller for Peter Finnegan and Michelle Brennan and Randall Urquhart. Number 5 is Ace By. Dag Henderson for Jacques Dupont and Mark Hammond. And number 6, Chaotic Decision. Nick Boyd for Bobby Joel Weinhold Harris and Joe Squires. Number 7, Polar Hall, Bruce Richardson for Kevin Davidson. And 8 is Wish You'd Tell Me, Austin Torrey for Mitchell Tierney and Triple S Equine. Field of 8, race number 10. And the first one we'll be taking a look at is number 5, Ace By. And there is Dag Hendrickson for Jacques Dupont. And Rob, this is one that, almost got home. Just couldn't quite get the stay flat the entire way. But if you look over to the left-hand side, because it says time disqualified, 56 and 4 mile, compares very well with this group, and also a 7-time winner in 21 starts last year.
Yeah, he was going a big mile and was much the best until that break in stride. This horse has always had a lot of talent, but like I noted last time, a tricky one to drive. It looked like Dag had him across the wire in that late miscue. Just doing the same thing again tonight, trying to keep him calm in the infield. I think it's just a matter of if he stays flat.
Number 3, Magic's Wizard is 8-1 on the board, and if you're shopping for ones to go against Ace By, Magic's Wizard actually raced pretty well up at Georgian Downs last race and was really strong down the lane and then under wraps at the finish. And sent out by Anthony Beaton, who's a very capable trainer. And J.R. Plot has been on a very nice roll right now. 10-1, Magic's Wizard, Rob.
Yeah, inside post should help this one too. Post 3. This horse certainly capable enough. Big step up in class from that last one. Non-winners of 1,000 last 3 to non-winners of 3,500 last 3. And there's some pretty good horses in here, but the price of 12-1 is certainly right if you want to put one underneath. That's for sure.
And also, Magic's Wizard last year was a decent earner as a 3-year-old. 15 starts, 35,000. Magic's Wizard is currently 15-1. It is a bit enticing. Number 4, Herb's Journey, Scotty Coulter. Now, last race, raced against Willie Armodi and Power and Grace and Catch Canada. We saw those earlier this evening. But 2 back was very sharp. Second to Arrakis. Herb's Journey and Scotty Coulter is probably the second best one in here, correct? 5-1?
Well, for me, I went to Polar Hall as my second selection, but it was a toss-up. And this one does have the better post of the 2. That effort 2 back was a nice one, finishing second to Arrakis. He went on and was victorious at Mohawk Park. And really, you can't fault Herb's Journey for his last effort, inside trip against preferred types, and now gets back to the upper condition class here at Grand River. So Herb's Journey definitely has a shot in here. I would say one of the 2 main players underneath for me with number 7, Polar Hall.
There's number 8, Wish You'd Tell Me. Well, got the job done last race when they placed Ace By, but also got a pocket trip. Now has to work from the outside. It could be a much different outcome. And yet, if you also look here, 2 races back, parked every step and still was second. And second to Norwegian Dad. That's a very nice measuring stick.
Yeah, Norwegian Dad obviously now has won his way up to the preferred. Had a couple of real nice efforts over here, winning ones when we first got back in action. I like this horse. The problem is that post 8, like you noted, Gary, is going to be really tough tonight, and there's some good ones on the inside of him. So I think he's playing for a smaller share.
The fans right now have made number 5, Ace By, 7-5 on the board. That seems about the expected price, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I certainly think so. I mean, last time, though, 45 cents to the dollar. Granted, it was probably against an easier group. I think that it's just people are looking at it like it's a coin flip, right? If he stays flat, he likely wins, but you're also risking it on a horse that can also go up in the air.
Herb's Journey is the second choice on the board right now at 7-2. And then 3, Magic's Wizard has got a fair amount of love right now at 4-1 as the field of trotters for race number 10 are moving in, taking up their positions. It'll be Sinful on the inside with You Can't Have It, Magic's Wizard. In the center, Herb's Journey and Ace By. To the outside, Chaotic Decision, Polar Hall, and Wish You'd Tell Me. It is a field of 8. The 10th dash. It's the start of the late daily double. Field 4, race number 10. Into the stretch drive. And Herb's journey made a break in stride, and leaving out his chaotic decision as they charged towards the turn. Also, Polar Hall and Wish You'd Tell Me. The outside three posts make the first three spots right now. Then down to the inside is You Can't Have It. Ace Buys relaxed away in the early going and is racing fifth. Then it is back to Magic's Wizard and Sinful. Polar Hall at 15 to 1 has made the lead. Chaotic Decision at 30 to 1 is racing second. Wish You'd Tell Me at 20 to 1 is third right now. Then it is You Can't Have It at 35 to 1 who's positioned fourth in front of Ace Buy, the heavy favorite. Then it is back to Magic's Wizard and Polar Hall. Herb's Journey made an early break in stride. 28 and 4 is the opening quarter, and Polar Hall. Now popping comes Wish You'd Tell Me. Chaotic Decision is racing third. You Can't Have It is racing to the outside, positioned fourth, and Ace Buy is still racing fifth, and right now is about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. And then it is back to Magic's Wizard and further to Sinful. 59 seconds flat the halftime, and Polar Hall has the lead as they work their way on into the backstretch. It is Polar Hall, Wish You'd Tell Me, and then Chaotic Decision, and now You Can't Have It. And Ace Buy still has plenty of work to do, is currently racing about 6 lengths off the lead, and then Magic's Wizard, but Polar Hall has got a lead of a length and a half and is dug in gamely. Wish You'd Tell Me is racing second, and then it is You Can't Have It on the inside. Chaotic Decision, and off stride goes Ace Buy. Magic's Wizard now is closing hard, but right now it is Polar Hall, 3/4 in 128, and it is Polar Hall, Magic's Wizard as the field is about to turn for home, and then You Can't Have It as they come on down the stretch by Polar Hall and Magic's Wizard. Magic's Wizard, Polar Hall, close coming to the finish, and it's going to be Polar Hall to dig in. Off stride right at the finish was Magic's Wizard. You Can't Have It, and Wish You'd Tell Me. 158 flat for Polar Hall in race number 10. Well, Rob, if you thought that Ace Buy was going to make a break, which ended up happening, your second choice, Polar Hall, looked really good and got the job done from an outside post. Left hard, too.
Yeah, he turned in a giant effort last time, and this is a real big price on this one. Clearly, Ace Buy has a big fan that likes to wager late because went down to 1 to 5 behind the gates. There's an inquiry up here in the late break here in the stretch, but Polar Hall, solid effort. Magic Wizard, real nice late move around the last turn there, and that was one that you were looking at, Gary. 7 to 1. Real solid and finishing second until that miscue.
And you noted that break is on number 3, Magic's Wizard, who was flying and then makes that break coming to the finish. Also interesting how the outside post positions, you don't usually see that. The outside post positions, the outside three, got the first 3 spots racing to the opening quarter.
Yeah, it was interesting all around there. They all were leaving out, and I think Dagfin just thought we'd have to kind of take it easy with Ace Buy off the gate and try to keep him relaxed, and he ended up making a miscue. Yeah, Polar Hall when he got to the front end there, I thought he might be difficult because this horse has a lot of backclass, and that price tonight 15 to 1. Wow.
Well, you've managed to. Your second choice got the job done after the break. Ace Buy didn't look also like even if he had have stayed flat, that he was just right because he still had a lot of work to do and really wasn't coming.
Yeah, no, it certainly didn't look like he was the same horse he was last time. Maybe that effort may have taken a lot out of him too, right? Because we noted the 156 and 4 time of the mile. So maybe he's one to watch for next time. But Polar Hall, full marks for the effort. Bruce Richardson, went hell bent for leather off the gate and got the job done.
And number 7, Polar Hall, is back in front of us with the Inquirer 10 up, retaining to 3, Magic's Wizard. Polar Hall is an 8-year-old Amico Hall Brown gelding, owned by Kevin Davidson. Bruce Richardson's the trainer and the winning driver. It's the second win this year, 25th lifetime for Polar Hall, a mile of 158. Fans note the judges' ruling that number 3 Magic's Wizard, who finished second, made a break coming to the finish, did not violate the braking regulations, and was not lapped on at the finish, and did not commit any violations in terms of interference either. So will stand second, 7-3 to 8, the top four. The 10th race payout 7, Polar Hall 30, 220, 780, 430. 3 Magic's Wizard 730 and 440 and 2. You can't have it. 1160. $2 exactor. 248.60. Dollar try 651.05. 20-cent super 1,026.85. Ka-ching. Here is the 10th race order finish from the top. 532-87614. Once again from the top. 532-87614.
All right, everyone, we reached our final dash of the evening. First of all, thank you to everyone who came out on track tonight. It was great to have you all back, and thanks to everyone that tuned in at home. Remember, if you do want to register to come live to the river for one of our race cards, you can do so online. So you can do it on our website or check us out on Twitter at GrandRR and on Facebook as well. Also, follow me on Twitter if you like, or start a conversation with me about harness racing at Robert Reed Jr. All right, guys, let's take a look at race number 11. It's for non-winners of 50,000 life on the trot. And, well, there's going to be a massive favorite in here, and it's one that I don't think you can really try to beat because Los Ballykiel Amigo has been lights out in his last two. And Bob McClure comes over for one drive tonight to pilot this one. Two dominant victories in this class, back-to-back, 4 for 4 on the season overall, and this trotter, has been a pleasure to watch, and I think that it's going to be another victory for him tonight, but the price is going to be very, very short, 2 to 5 right now on the board, and that was expected with this one because he's been so dominant. For second, I'm looking at number 4, Muscles Aplenty. This one was a little bit lathered up last time on the track before the race, so I've been looking for this one to make a better appearance in post parade. She finished third still in her latest to Los Ballykiel Amigo and was a runner-up, 2 back with broken equipment under the line. Decent efforts in her first 2 since returning from Pompano Park for the winner. So Muscles of Plenty surely merits respect underneath, hoping that she's not as lathered up tonight, though, when she makes her pre-race appearance. Number 6, Fly Eagle Fly in the third spot for me. This Richard Moreau trainee has been racing at Mohawk Park. 2 back, finished third to Royalty Deal. Last time, wasn't able to stay with the field against HP Mama B. 2 back, though, was a solid effort. Last time, not so much. This might be a decent spot for him to get a piece of it, but I do think he's racing for a lesser share and against Los Ballykiel Amigo. And then for fourth, Ongoing Royalty. This is one that we pegged last time to finish behind Los Ballykiel Amigo, and he did at a decent price. But post 8 tonight might be too difficult of a journey. Last time from post 7 got up for second, but this might be a little bit of a tougher group for this one. And I think that with a better post, I'd be using this one in the second spot most likely. But from out there, I have Ongoing Royalty in the fourth spot. And to round out the super high 5, which is in this race, if you're looking for something that might return a big payout, number 9, Victoria Has a Secret on the bottom end of that. Scott Young in the bike last time drove this one to victory in a 15,000 condition claimer. Now in this non-winners of 50,000 lifetime event, might be able to navigate a trip to get a piece of it. Right now, sitting at 5 to 1. Wow, a lot less than I thought this horse would be. Just one that I would use underneath, though, for sure. Victoria Has a Secret. But this race for me is all about Los Ballykiel Amigo and Bob McClure in the bike for Josh McKibben. We'll talk about it more, though, with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 11th on parade. 1 Easton Ivy, Jason Ryan for Stephen Doyle and Henry Drong. Number 2, Los Ballygeel Amigo, Bob McClure for Joshua McKibben at Ballygeel Racing. Number 3, CD Max, George Ketros for Gary Mahan and David Williamson. Number 4 is Muscles of Plenty, Colin Kelly for Joe Shaw and Patricia Gibb. And number 5 is 10-4 Week Gone, Lauren House for Vic Putty and Wayne McCrane, Howmack Farms. Number 6, Fly Eagle Fly, Brett McDonough for Richard Morrow and Steve Klonowski. Number 7, Wind Creek, Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham. 8 is Ongoing Royalty next door for Benoit by Erojan, Andre DeRoche, and Silvio Reverie. At 9 is Victoria Has a Secret, Scott Young for Brittany Kennedy and Dean and Ashley Wilson. Field of 9, race 11, the final dash featuring the Super High 5. And, well, Rob, I'm not sure who to put on top. I think maybe I'll try to Los Ballygeel Amigo, just a bright idea. I noted that the 4 wins in 4 starts this year were all in this class, and there also looks pretty sharp warming up as well.
Yeah, Bob McClure scoring this one down and looking pretty good on the track. 3 to 5 on the board. That's about the price you'd expect in here. Just been much the best, and you know it's really hard to peg someone to beat a horse that's been as sharp as this one has.
All the wins were comfortable margins. In fact, the closest one was, you have a big excuse, post 7 at Western Fair and still won by almost 2. So Los Ballygeel Amigo and Primetime Bob, although with only 1 drive tonight, maybe I have to change his name over here to Part-Time Bob. Others to take a look at here. How about number 4, Muscles of Plenty? A couple of good efforts here, both in this class, and third to Los Ballygeel last time out, and second to start before that.
And I like her appearance tonight. Last time she was washed out and really lathered up. Tonight, not nearly as much, that's for sure. So Muscle Plenty has been, a nice one underneath Los Ballygeel Amigo, and I think I'm happy right now that I've bumped her up to the second spot tonight.
Also one that gets off the gate very nicely, so should be able to be well positioned here. Muscles of Plenty, and Colin Kelly's done a good job here as well over the couple of years that he's been racing here. Others, number 6, Fly Eagle Fly comes in having faced tougher. Good Mile, June the 11th, third in 55 and 4 in tougher. Last race, well, not so good, but still Fly Eagle Fly has faced tougher, and it is Richard Morrow.
Yeah, and this is, third start for Moreau, and like you said, 2 starts back, a real solid effort. Last time, maybe you just want to cross that one off the page. Definitely one that you need to give a look to. I think one that should land somewhere underneath.
Number 8, Ongoing Royalty, is one that you might think, well, because of the post position, I can't use him for a second to Los Ballygeel Amigo. Well, last time had post 7 and was second to Los Ballygeel Amigo, so you still have to take a look. 8 to 1.
Yeah, moved first over on the final turn, moved into that second position, and did so, did well to do so. I just think that might be a little bit of a tougher group tonight, so that outside post becomes a little bit more difficult. So, I use this one in for 4th. I probably would have had this as my second choice if it was an inside post.
Number 9, Victoria Has a Secret, is on the screen right now, and one that won against lesser foes, moves up, has a tougher post position, but a couple of wins and 4 top 3s in 6 starts this year. Also hit the board often last year. Victoria Has a Secret is 7 to 1 right now.
She should be confident off that win. It was the real easy victory. Granted, it was against easier. Trailing post tonight is going to be a little more challenging, and so is the field. I thought maybe a bigger price than 8 to 1. That seems a little bit low to me.
You know, one thing that we've been noticing happening here often is in these super high 5s, the one horse, even if you don't think it fits overall in terms of form, seems to find a spot somewhere on the ticket. 20 to 1 Easton Ivy, and is one that won 4 times last year, and actually was fourth in his class last time out with Los Balikilamigo on top.
Yeah, from post six last time, now rail control. Certainly one you can't throw off your ticket at 19-1. We see it so often in the exotics, especially in the high fives, that one hits the board. So definitely will be on the bottom end for me. That's for sure.
And you do see this one showing gate speed when having inside post. The last 2 times with the inside post got away in the top 2 in both. Field for race number 11 taking up positions. It'll be Easton Ivy, Los Balikilamigo, and CD Max on the inside. Muscles of Plenty and 10-4 we gone. To the outside, Fly, Eagle Fly, Wind Creek, and Ongoing Royalty. And the second tier goes to Victoria Has a Secret. Well, it is no secret who the fans think is the best in here. Number 2, Los Balikilamigo, is on the board right now at 1-2 as the field is moving in behind the gate and approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come, the final dash on this Wednesday evening.
Giddy up, Gary Guy.
Field for the 11th race, gathering speed. Here they come. Giddy up. They're at the start of the rough. Los Balikilamigo, Muscles of Plenty. Easton Ivy along to the inside is into the front grouping as the field works their way on around the turn. Then CD Max, and now to the outside, Fly Eagle Fly, but Muscles of Plenty has got the lead, and Muscles of Plenty racing on the lead. Los Balikilamigo is second in the early going, then Easton Ivy and Fly Eagle Fly. Then it is Victoria Has a Secret, Ongoing Royalty, then CD Max and Wind Creek as they race their way on towards that opening quarter and past the quarter in 28-1. Muscles of Plenty and Colin Kelly's got the lead. Los Balikilamigo, though, is keeping a close watch on Muscles of Plenty and is only about 2 1/4 off the lead. Then Easton Ivy is racing position third. Fly Eagle Fly is fourth as they work their way on towards us, and then Los Balikilamigo is racing fifth. They head up towards the half. Then racing positioned on the inside fifth as Victoria Has a Secret. Ongoing Royalty is sixth, racing seventh, CD Max, and then Wind Creek. 57-4 is the halftime. Muscles of Plenty, and popping out right now comes Los Balikilamigo, and they work their way on into the backstretch, and now it is Los Balikilamigo has moved up and taken the lead in front by half a length, and Muscles of Plenty on the inside, gap of about 5. Easton Ivy, Fly Eagle Fly. Los Balikilamigo has taken over. Muscles of Plenty will try to hold on for second now. Then it is Easton Ivy and Fly Eagle Fly. Ongoing Royalty. Victoria Has a Secret. And then it is CD Max and Wind Creek. But Los Balikilamigo 1-5 is cruising now. Off 3/4, 126-3. Muscles of Plenty is racing second, but flying late is Ongoing Royalty. And then it is Fly Eagle Fly and Easton Ivy on down the stretch ride for Los Balikilamigo. Home and cool down. And Los Balikilamigo finishing second is going to be Muscles of Plenty. Then third is between Fly Eagle Fly, Easton Ivy, and then to the outside, Ongoing Royalty. 157-2. Los Balikilamigo. Rob lived up to the heavy billing.
Yeah, absolutely much the best. Sat the 2-hole throughout. And then Bob McClure didn't want to mess around there back there for too long. Pulled the deuce and won with ease. Nice, Bob gets to come out for one drive, just a trip around the track, finds himself in the winner's circle on Los Balikilamigo. Muscles of Plenty, I guess gave the best effort she could do. I think she thought Colin Kelly thought the best option was just go as far as fast as he could, but no match for Los Balikilamigo.
Did at least manage to stick around and finish a second on the ticket, so a correction.
Yeah,
actually,
sure.
I should say third, pardon me.
Third, yeah, right in the last step, right? But, Los Balikilamigo, I mean, he's certainly been turning some heads here, just the boss of this class, and winning with ease every single time he steps on the track. Looked fantastic again doing it.
Actually, I was correct. Muscles of Plenty did stick around for a second. Just lost track of the field as it was Los Balikilamigo, just too good for them eventually.
Yeah, much the best. See if we get a wave from Bob McClure.
Part-time Bob shows up for one and makes it a winning one. He's going to get mad at me for saying that, but you know what? He can take it. On the board, we have 24618. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 11, number 2, Los Balaquilamigo. The winning drive to part-time Bob McClure. Los Balaquilamigo, 4-year-old Amico Hallbay gelding, owned by Balaquil Racing, Joshua McKibben. Prime-time Bob victorious. It's a 5 for 5 for Los Balaquilamigo on the year. 11th win lifetime. 157-2. Eleventh race payouts to Los Balaquilamigo, 240, 210, 210 for Muscles of Plenty, $4 to 56. Fly Eagle Fly, $3, $2 exactor, $6.90. Dollar Try, $29.65. The double, $54.20. Dollar Win for $155.55. Dollar High Five, $173.80. Here is the 11th race order finish from the top. It is a 4-1. Then CD Max was 8th, placed 9th. Then 2, 9th, placed 8th. 3, 7, 5, 6. Once again from the top down after the placing. 4, 1, 9. 2, 8, 3, 7, 5, 6. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Wednesday evening. Have yourself a fine Canada Day, and then join us this coming Friday night. Our first race on a Friday night will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.